Welcome, traveler. Before we begin, take a moment to get comfortable. Let your body settle and allow the world around you to grow quiet. Tonight, you are a legendary wandering rogue, following joy wherever it leads you through moonlit cities, decadent estates, hidden roads, dangerous contracts, unexpected romances, and more than a little trouble. So relax, close your eyes, and let the rain carry you onto the road. Your journey begins now. Rain has made the copper rooftops of Vera slick enough to kill a sensible person. Fortunately, you have never been accused of being sensible. You cross them at a leisurely run beneath a sky the color of wet slate, boots finding ridges and gutters almost without thought. Chimneys drift past. Warm smoke curls around your coat. Far below, evening traffic presses through narrow streets glowing with lantern light, carriage wheels hissing over rain-dark stone. Behind you, someone shouts. You glance over one shoulder. 3 city watchmen have emerged onto the roof of the customs house. One is pointing at you with enough outrage to suggest this has become personal. There, you raise a hand politely. The gesture appears to make him angrier. You turn back toward the gap between buildings. It is considerably wider than you remember. That is inconvenient. Your boots strike the final stretch of roof. 5 strides. 4, 3, you accelerate. At the edge, you jump. For one suspended heartbeat, Vera opens beneath you. Laundry lines flutter between houses. Market awnings shine with rain. A baker is pulling trays from an oven through an open window. Somewhere below, a violinist plays beneath an arcade. Then your boots strike the opposite roof. You land badly enough to slide. Your hand catches the edge of a chimney. Your other hand catches something soft. You look down. A small linen bag has been left beside the chimney to cool. You open it. Sugared almonds. You take one. Behind you, the first watchman attempts the jump. He stops at the edge. His expression suggests professional disappointment. You chew thoughtfully. Very good, you call across the gap. Stop. You take another almond. Can't appointment. You are under arrest. Then I definitely can't. The watchman begins looking for another route. You tuck the bag into your coat, leaving 2 silver coins beneath the string, and continue across the rooftops. The appointment is real. Technically, you have simply neglected to mention that the person waiting for you believes your name is Lord Orsino Valancourt, 3rd heir to an obscure vineyard estate in the Western Hills. Lord Orsino Valancourt does not exist. He began existing 2 hours ago when a bored gate clerk asked for your name, and you happened to be looking at a bottle of Valancourt wine. You thought Orsino suited you. More importantly, Lord Orsino has an invitation to the most exclusive masquerade in Vera. You stole that invitation yesterday. The masquerade belongs to Magistrate Cashin Vale. Cashin Vale owns 3 estates, 6 warehouses, a river barge company, several judges, and according to the woman who hired you, a private collection of records, proving that he has spent 5 years redirecting grain shipments away from poor districts and selling them through intermediaries at inflated prices. The woman who hired you is called Mara Ilian. She runs a bakery in Old Vera. She is 63 years old, has flour permanently embedded in the lines of her hands, and threatened to hit you with a rolling pin when you asked whether she had proof. That improved your opinion of her. You investigated anyway. For 4 days, you watched Vale's warehouses. You followed 2 clerks. You bribed 1 porter, flirted with another, lost money deliberately to a 3rd in a card game, then won it back because restraint has limits. You found the altered manifests. You found the hidden shipments. You found a row of children outside a ration house being told there was no grain left, while carts bearing Vale's seal rolled through the eastern gate before dawn. After that, the contract became very simple. Mara wants the original ledgers. You intend to retrieve them. You also intend to steal Vale's favorite ruby cufflinks. The cufflinks are unrelated. You simply dislike them. By the time you descend from the roofs into the upper district, the rain has softened to a mist. You enter the boarding house through your window. The room smells faintly of cedar, soap, and the expensive perfume you purchased that afternoon using money taken from one of Vale's gambling agents. Your evening clothes wait across the bed. You have approached the matter of infiltration with seriousness. Dark green evening coat, black silk waistcoat, ivory shirt, soft leather boots polished nearly to a mirror, a narrow gold chain, 3 rings, only one of which was obtained legally. The outfit cost more than Mara offered for the entire contract. This is unfortunate from a business perspective and entirely necessary from every other perspective. 30 minutes later, Lord Orsino Valancourt descends the stairs. The innkeeper looks up from her desk. She stares. You came in through the window again. Did I? You always do. Terrible habit. You look expensive. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. You pause at the door. It still worked. Outside, Vera glows. The upper city has been built across a series of low hills rising from the river, each lined with marble houses, enclosed gardens, fountains, covered walkways, and old trees dripping rainwater onto lantern-lit streets. Vale's estate stands near the summit, overlooking half the city. Carriages crowd the entrance. Masked guests step beneath a long awning. Musicians play in the courtyard. You arrive alone. This immediately distinguishes you from almost everyone else. The steward at the gate examines your invitation. Lord Orsino Valancourt. You smile. Tragically, the steward looks at you. You look at him. He checks the list. There is no Orsino Valancourt on the list. There was no reason there would be. A poorly prepared criminal might panic. You lean closer. Please tell me Cashin didn't forget again. The steward hesitates. Again, my lord. You sigh with the weary patience of someone burdened by old aristocratic incompetence. Last autumn, Laris, wedding supper. 14 guests arrived to discover Cashin had given the same table to a delegation from Elrin. Ambassador nearly challenged the groom to a duel. The steward's face shifts slightly. He has no idea whether this happened. Neither do you. You lower your voice. If you announce in front of everyone that I've crossed half the western provinces for a party I was apparently not invited to, my mother will hear of it within 3 days. The steward looks toward the waiting carriages. One moment. You smile pleasantly. Of course. He disappears. You count 7 heartbeats. Then you walk inside. Nobody stops you. Confidence remains one of the cheapest tools in your profession, and one of the most effective. The masquerade fills 3 levels of Vale's residence. Hundreds of candles burn in silver chandeliers. Strings play from a gallery above the ballroom. Guests move beneath painted ceilings in masks of lacquered wood, velvet, feathers, porcelain, hammered silver, and gold leaf. You chose a black half mask with narrow edges and no decoration. Anything more elaborate would compete with the coat. A servant offers you champagne. You take it. You have been inside for less than a minute when someone beside you says, "You're not Lord Orsino Valancourt." You sip your drink. The woman wears crimson. Her gown is cut simply, but made from fabric expensive enough to purchase a small boat. Dark hair is pinned loosely at the back of her neck. Her mask resembles a fox, delicate and red around intelligent brown eyes. You glance toward her. That is an incredibly serious accusation. Orsino Valancourt died 81 years ago. Then I look exceptional. Her mouth curves. Who are you? Presently, that answer makes this worse. Or better, she studies you for another moment. You study her right back. Beautiful, amused, dangerously observant. Exactly the sort of person you should avoid while committing several crimes. Do you know everyone attending? You ask. Most. How exhausting. You're not nervous. Should I be? You walked into Magistrate Vale's house, using the identity of a dead aristocrat. You pause. Was he handsome? Orsino. Naturally. Famously. Then I refuse to apologize. She laughs. The sound is quiet enough that only you hear it. Alara Ven, she says. You recognize the name. Of course you do. Alara Ven belongs to one of Vera's oldest merchant families. She is also rumored to have broken off 2 engagements, embarrassed a duke at his own banquet, and once purchased an entire failing theater because someone told her women did not understand business. The theater now makes money. You lift your glass. Lord Orsino Valancourt. Still, I've become attached. Her gaze drops briefly toward your coat. You certainly dressed for him. Criminal trespassing deserves standards. That earns you another smile. Then the ballroom doors open. Cashin Vale enters. He is a broad man approaching 60, silver-haired and carefully groomed. His mask is gold. His evening coat is white. Several councilmen drift near him like decorative moons around a particularly corrupt planet. Vale raises both hands. My friends. Conversation quiets. You turn slightly. Elara follows your gaze. Vale begins speaking about civic prosperity. You nearly leave immediately. Only the contract keeps you there. His speech goes on for 6 minutes. You know because you count. At 4 minutes and 20 seconds, a servant passes carrying small pear tarts glazed with honey. You lose interest in the speech entirely. You take one. Elara watches you. He's announcing a new charitable foundation. As you appear moved. This pastry is extraordinary. Vale continues describing his concern for the unfortunate. You eat the tart. You consider taking another. Elara leans closer. You're either the least disciplined spy I've ever met or the most convincing. You stop chewing. Spy, thief then. Better. What are you stealing? At this exact moment, you take a second tart from the passing tray. Apparently these. Her eyes narrow with amusement. You offer her one. She accepts. Vale finally finishes. Applause fills the ballroom. You applaud too. Elara turns toward you. Come dance. You lift an eyebrow. Why? Because everyone is looking at Vale. So anyone attempting to leave the ballroom immediately after his speech would be noticed. You regard her. She offers her hand. You take it. The musicians shift into a lively court waltz. You move into the crowd. Elara dances well. More importantly, she dances as though she enjoys making people uncertain whether she intends to follow the rules. That suits you. You still haven't told me what you're stealing, she says. Perhaps nothing. You climbed through the south garden before entering. You miss half a step. Barely. Her smile deepens. You saw that. I was smoking on the balcony. You shouldn't smoke. You break into houses. Different vice. You guide her beneath another pair's raised hands. Suppose I'm retrieving something. For whom? Someone with flour on her sleeves. That makes Elara's expression sharpen. You notice. She notices you noticing. The dance continues. You know about the grain, she says quietly. There it is. You let the next turn carry you closer. Do you? My father sits on the River Commerce Board. Is he involved? No. You're certain. Her jaw tightens. Yes. You study her for only a moment. There are many ways people lie. Elara does not appear to be doing any of them. Still, appearances are why you investigate. Vale keeps private records, she continues. He doesn't trust associates. Everything important stays in his study. Second floor, east corridor. She glances at you. You've been busy. I get restless. The study has 2 guards. Had, what did you do? One believes a woman named Celestine is waiting for him near the west fountain. And the other, Celestine is also waiting for him near the west fountain. Alara stares. You smile. They should have a fascinating evening. The dance ends. Applause rises. Your hand remains at Alara's waist for half a heartbeat, longer than necessary. She doesn't move away. Your trouble, she says. Frequently. Are you staying in Vera? Probably not. Shame? Possibly. Her eyes flick toward the staircase. Go. You release her hand. Then you pause. Have you seen Vale study? Twice. Anything interesting? A carved black cabinet behind the desk. He never lets anyone near it. Lock. 3 keyholes. You grin. Alara looks at that grin and shakes her head. You like locks too much. They're optimistic. What does that mean? They keep believing they'll stop me. You disappear into the crowd. By the time anyone might notice, you are already halfway upstairs. The east corridor is almost empty. Music drifts faintly through the walls. Rain taps tall windows overlooking the gardens. You pass a servant carrying linens. Nod as if you own several provinces. Turn the corner and find the study doors. No guards. Celestine continues doing excellent work, despite not existing. You test the door. Locked. Naturally. The mechanism is respectable. 5 pins, staggered wards, spring tension stronger than average. You remove 2 slender picks from the inside of your sleeve. The first 3 pins settle easily. The 4th sticks. You adjust pressure. The 5th gives. The 4th clicks. The lock turns. 14 seconds. You are offended it took that long. Inside, Vale's study is dark, except for the fire. Books cover 2 walls. Maps cover another. A broad desk faces the windows, and behind it stands the black cabinet. 3 keyholes. You close the door. The cabinet is beautiful. Old ironwood, silver fittings, internal bar lock, 3 independent tumblers arranged in sequence. This is not a cabinet designed to discourage ordinary thieves. This is a cabinet designed by someone who has met thieves professionally and developed opinions. You kneel. The first lock takes 30 seconds. The second takes almost a minute. You begin smiling. Finally, the 3rd lock contains a false chamber. Very good. You shift your pick. A tiny internal needle scrapes the metal. Poison trap. Rude. You withdraw the pick, open your ring, and apply a drop of oil to the needle mechanism. Then you bypass it. The final tumbler turns. The cabinet opens. Inside are 4 ledgers. Letters, sealed contracts, a pouch of gemstones, and inexplicably, a small porcelain goose. You stare at the goose. You pick it up. It has a painted blue ribbon around its neck. You put it back. Some mysteries are not yours. The ledgers confirm everything Mara suspected, and considerably more. Vale has been buying council votes, arranging false tax debts, financing road brigands to disrupt competitors, and paying inspectors to condemn properties he later purchases cheaply. You tuck 2 ledgers beneath your coat. Then you find the prisoner list. Your amusement disappears. 8 names. Warehouse 7. River District. Transfer tomorrow night. Beside each name is a price. You read the page twice. People. Vale has been selling people through a network operating from the southern docks. You hear footsteps outside. The study door opens. Cashin Vale enters. He stops. You are standing beside his open cabinet, holding the page. There is a brief silence. Vale closes the door behind him. You glance around. Apparently, who are you? At the moment, Lord Orsino Valancourt. Vale's face changes. You sigh. No one appreciates that tonight. His hand moves toward a bell cord. Your knife leaves your sleeve. It crosses the room. The blade cuts the cord before his fingers reach it. Vale looks at the severed tassel, then at you. Don't, you say. He straightens. You have no idea what you've become involved in. That's usually how involvement works. You think those records matter. I think several judges will find them fascinating. Vale laughs once. Which judges? Fair point. You fold the prisoner list and tuck it into your coat. Vale's eyes follow the movement. You cannot leave this house. People keep telling me where I can't go. It's becoming repetitive. He steps toward you. You have mistaken me for a common criminal. No. You look around the magnificent study. Common criminals decorate less. His expression hardens. The door opens again. 4 men enter. Not servants. Not guards either. Professional muscle has a posture. These men have it. You look at Vale. I thought we agreed you wouldn't call anyone. I didn't. You examine the newcomers. 1 carries a saber. 2 carry short blades. The largest has a club. The club is ugly. You disapprove immediately. Vale steps back. Kill him. You raise a finger. Before we begin, nobody moves. You point toward the largest man's boots. Those are exceptional. He looks down despite himself. You kick the desk into him. The room explodes into motion. The saber comes first. You turn sideways. Steel passes your chest. Your hand catches the man's wrist. You redirect him into the desk. A second attacker lunges. You step onto a chair, onto the desk, and leap over him. Your coat flares behind you. The third man's knife rises. You catch a brass candle holder from the mantel and knock his wrist aside. Wax goes everywhere. The large man recovers. His club swings. You duck. It destroys a vase. You glance at the shattered porcelain. That looked expensive. He swings again. You step inside the blow and drive your shoulder into his chest. The saber wielder comes from behind. You hear the shift of his boot. You drop. The saber cuts air. You sweep his legs. He falls over the large man. Both collapse into an undignified arrangement beside the desk. The knife wielder grabs your coat. This annoys you. You twist free, strike his forearm, and plant a boot against his chest. He goes backward into the bookcase. Books rain down. The fourth attacker has not yet moved. You turn. He is standing near the doorway, holding a dagger. You look at him. He looks at the 3 men on the floor. Then he lowers the dagger. Sensible, you say. Vale runs. He bolts through the door. You follow. The corridor erupts with shouting. Guests below are beginning to notice. Vale reaches the staircase. You jump onto the banister. He looks back just in time to see you sliding past him. You land at the bottom. The ballroom stops. Hundreds of masked faces turn toward you. You straighten your coat. The string quartet falters. You lift one finger toward them. Please continue. To your immense satisfaction, the violinist does. Vale charges down the stairs. Sees HIM. Every guard in the room looks at you. Alara stands near the dance floor. She is holding another pear tart. You point at it. Save me one. Then you run. The nearest guard lunges. You vault a serving table. Champagne glasses tremble, but remain upright. A second guard reaches for you. You catch his sleeve, turn, and send him spinning into a decorative palm. A third draws a sword. That seems excessive. You draw your short blade. Steel rings beneath chandeliers. Guests scatter. You parry once, twice. The guard is competent. You are better. You catch his sword against your blade. Step around him and tap the flat of your weapon against the back of his knee. He drops. You take his hat. You put it on. Then you continue running. The terrace doors stand ahead. Locked. Of course. You could pick them. You do not have time. You grab a chair. Alara calls. That glass is imported. You throw the chair through a different window. Then I saved the good one. You dive through. Cold rain hits your face. You land among rose bushes. Roll. Regain your feet. And sprint across the garden. Behind you, Vale's guards pour onto the terrace. Ahead, the estate wall rises 12 feet high. You accelerate. One boot hits a stone bench. The next hits the wall. Your hands catch the top. You pull yourself up. An arrow strikes the masonry beside your fingers. You look back. A guard near the terrace is loading a crossbow. That's unfriendly. You swing over. Then a voice below says, "If you land on me, I'll stab you." You look down. Alara is standing outside the wall, beside a small black carriage. You drop. She steps aside. You followed me. I used a door. Show off. She opens the carriage. Get in. You hesitate. Why? Because Vale knows every exit from this district. And because your escape plan appears to have ended at the wall. You consider this. My escape plan had phases. Was phase 2 standing in an alley? Possibly. Shouts rise beyond the wall. You climb into the carriage. Ilara follows. The driver snaps the reins. The horses surge forward. Vera blurs past the windows. You remove the stolen guard's hat. Ilara looks at you, then at your coat. Is that blood? You check. A thin line runs across one sleeve where the saber grazed you, mostly tailoring damage. You're impossible. So I've heard. Did you get the letters? You tap your coat. Her expression changes. And you hand her the folded prisoner list. She reads it. The amusement leaves her face. You knew about this. No. You watch rain streak the carriage window. Neither did Mara. Ilara reads the names again. Warehouse 7 is controlled by the Blackwake Company. You know the name. Everyone who works around Vera's criminal trade knows the name. Smugglers, extortionists, dock enforcers, people who move things no legitimate merchant wishes to admit exist. You've dealt with them, Ilara asks. Once. What happened? They stopped inviting me to card games. Why? I won. That cannot be the whole story. I also stole their boat. She closes her eyes briefly. Of course you did. You look at the prisoner list. The original contract is finished. You have the ledgers. Mara can expose Vale. You could leave Vera tonight. You should leave Vera tonight. Vale knows someone robbed him. The watch is searching for you. The Blackwake Company is involved. This has become the kind of situation. Intelligent people spend considerable effort avoiding. You reach toward Ilara. She looks up. You take the pear tart from her hand. I was saving that for you. I know. You bite into it. Honey, pear, butter pastry. Excellent. Ilara watches you with disbelief. 8 people are being transferred tomorrow. Yes, we have less than a day. Yes, Vale will double security. Probably. The Blackwake Company controls half the southern docks. Closer to a third. She stares. You finish the tart. Outside, thunder rolls above the river. You feel the familiar thing stirring beneath the danger. Interest, not excitement exactly. Something cleaner. A road opening where there was no road a moment before. A terrible person has made the mistake of putting innocent people somewhere you can reach. There are few invitations you find harder to refuse. You lean back against the carriage seat. Do you own clothes suitable for the docks? Ilara blinks. You're going after them. Obviously, you already finished your contract. Yes, you won't be paid. You consider that. Then you look at the rain-silvered city passing beyond the window. That's unfortunate. Ilara begins to smile. You point at her. Don't enjoy this. I haven't said anything. Your face has. You are aware this is insane. Not particularly. The Blackwake Company has more than 40 armed people along that stretch of river. That does sound inconvenient, and Vale will be searching for you. People frequently are. And what's the plan? You open the carriage door slightly and look out toward the southern districts, where warehouse roofs gather along the river beneath a haze of lamps and chimney smoke. You close the door. First, you say, we find out who the prisoners are. Then we find Warehouse 7. And after that, you adjust one cuff. Elara waits. You smile. We improvise. Elara considers you for several quiet seconds. Then she leans toward the carriage window and knocks twice against the frame behind the driver's seat. Change of destination. The driver does not turn around. Where to? The lantern house. The carriage swerves around a vegetable cart. You glance toward her. That sounds respectable. It isn't. Excellent. The upper district gives way gradually to older streets. Marble facades become brick. Wide avenues tighten between buildings, leaning toward one another across narrow lanes. The air grows heavier with coal smoke, wet timber, river mud, fried onions, horse sweat, and the salt carried inland from the estuary. Vewa changes character after dark. The wealthy neighborhoods close their shutters. The river districts wake up. Taverns fill with stevedores and sailors. Dockhands pour from warehouses after evening shifts. Street vendors roll out steaming carts beneath canvas shelters. Music spills from upstairs windows. Gambling rooms light their signs. The lantern house stands above a chandlery between a pawn shop and a tavern called the Two Widows, which, according to the sign, has been unsuccessfully repainted as the Three Widows. You step from the carriage. Elara does not. You look back. Are you coming? She gestures toward the crimson gown. I'll attract attention. You say that like it's undesirable. Some of us occasionally attempt subtlety. You glance at the shattered cuff of your evening coat. Couldn't be me. Elara reaches beneath the carriage seat and produces a dark wool cloak. Give me 10 minutes. She pulls the carriage curtain. You wait for perhaps 8 seconds. Then you wander across the street and buy a meat pie. The vendor looks you over. You dressed for somewhere nicer. I've been downgraded. Bad evening. You bite into the pie. Hot pepper beef, onion, improving rapidly. By the time Elara emerges, you have finished the pie and acquired a paper cone of roasted chestnuts. She has removed the jewelry, pinned her hair differently, hidden the dress beneath the cloak, and wiped the formal paint from her lips. She looks considerably less like an heiress, still far too elegant for the docks. You offer her a chestnut. No, you haven't tried them. I know what chestnuts taste like. You can't possibly know what these chestnuts taste like. She takes one just to make you stop. You enter the lantern house together. The ground floor chandlery is closed. A narrow staircase beside it leads upward beneath a lantern painted blue. At the top sits a large man behind a tiny desk. He has a broken nose and is knitting, not secretly, not apologetically. The scarf taking shape between his hands is yellow. He looks up at you. No weapons. Impossible. Leave them. All of them. All. You begin removing weapons. 2 knives from your sleeves. 1 from your boot. A narrow stiletto from the back of your belt. A folding blade from beneath your coat. 2 throwing needles. A short sword. The man watches the growing collection. Elara watches too. You remove another knife. That one's decorative, you explain. The doorman points at the table. You set it down. Then you take out a tiny blade, disguised as a collar pin. Elara exhales through her nose. Are you finished? You think. Probably. The doorman extends his hand. You sigh and remove a final knife from an inside pocket. He raises an eyebrow. I forget about that one. He gives you a numbered token. You glance at the yellow scarf. Good stitch. His expression softens almost imperceptibly. Thank you. You enter. The Lantern House is neither inn nor tavern, although it serves drinks. It is a neutral place. Smugglers meet customs officials here. Couriers meet people who claim not to know couriers. Ship captains trade information. Mercenaries exchange work. People who dislike one another intensely sit at neighboring tables. Because anyone drawing a weapon inside is permanently banned. And more importantly, hunted down by the owner. You approve of establishments with standards. Low lamps throw amber pools across a room, full of scarred wood and tobacco haze. Elara lowers her hood. A few people recognize her. More recognize you. That produces several interesting reactions. A card player near the wall mutters, "Oh, hell." You smile at him. He immediately looks down. Elara notices. You weren't exaggerating about the Blackwake card game. I rarely exaggerate. She stops walking. You stop too. What? You just spent half an hour pretending to be an 80-year-dead aristocrat. That wasn't exaggeration. That was identity. At the rear table sits a woman with silver hair braided down one side of her head. Captain Sira Voss once commanded privateers for the Varen Crown before discovering that independent smuggling provided better hours. You know her because 3 years ago she transported you across the inner sea, while 6 bounty hunters occupied the same ship. The journey ended peacefully. Mostly. Sierra looks up as you approach. No. You pull out a chair. I haven't asked anything. You're wearing formal clothes in the Lantern House. Sharp observation. Your sleeve is cut. Occupational wear. Lady Ven is with you. Elara sits. Sierra points a finger between both of you. No. You take the remaining chestnut from your paper cone. I need information. I've retired from helping you. You said that last time. I meant it last time. Yet you helped. I was drunk. You seem sober. Exactly. You place the prisoner list on the table. Sierra's expression changes. She unfolds it, reads. Her face loses its irritation. Where did you get this? Vale. You robbed Magistrate Vale tonight, Alara says, during the masquerade. Sierra closes her eyes. Of course. You lean back. Warehouse 7. Sierra studies the list again. You shouldn't touch this. People keep saying that. This isn't a warehouse holding stolen silk. Blackwake is moving bodies for buyers upriver. We gathered. You don't understand. Sierra looks around before lowering her voice. They're selling debtors. Alara's jaw tightens. Sierra continues. People who owe money to Vale's lenders. Migrants without local papers. Dock workers who crossed the wrong foreman. Sometimes people simply disappear. Where are they transferred, you ask? River barge, then inland. Which barge? I don't know. You believe her, mostly because Sierra lies beautifully when necessary and badly when angry. Tonight she is angry. Warehouse 7 has how many entrances? Front gate, river doors, upper loading gallery, roof, slate 2 skylights, guards, usually 12 at night. More if they're transferring people. Alara asks, how do you know all this? Sierra looks at her. I know docks. That answer ends the subject. You tap the list. Who can identify the prisoners? Sierra thinks. One of them, Tavin Har, Cooper from East Bank. Family. Wife. Where? Near St. Brenna's steps. You stand. Sierra catches your sleeve. I said, don't touch this. You look down at her hand, then at her. Why? Because Blackwake isn't the top of it. You sit again. Now you are interested. Sierra points toward the list. Vale finances shipments. Yes. Blackwake handles the river. But someone farther upriver is buying. Who? I don't know. Government. Maybe. Mine owners. Maybe. Private estates. Maybe. You have an impressive command of possibilities. Sierra's stare is flat. I'm serious. So am I. No, you aren't. That's the problem. Alara smiles faintly. You ignore her. Sierra folds the list. 2 months ago, a friend of mine tried tracing a Blackwake cargo route, and his boat came back without him. The room seems quieter. Sierra pushes the paper toward you. You have the ledgers. Expose Vale. Let the council tear itself apart. But don't go chasing the whole river. You take the list. I wasn't planning to. Good. I'm only opening one warehouse. Sierra swears. You stand. Thank you. I didn't agree to help. You did, though. I told you where not to go. Very useful. You begin walking away. Sierra calls after you. If you're alive tomorrow, you owe me 50 crowns. You turn. For what? Emotional distress. You consider it. 30, 50, 40, and I'll stop calling you Aunt Sierra. Her face becomes dangerous. Get out. You grin and leave. Outside, the rain has stopped. St. Brenna's steps lie 15 minutes east. You and Alara walk. The city settles into the late hours around you. Lanterns burn beneath awnings. Water drips from gutters. Somewhere behind closed shutters, someone practices a trumpet very badly. Alara walks beside you in silence for several blocks. Eventually she says, "Who taught you to fight?" "A monastery." She glances over. "Really?" "No, of course. Although I did stay in one once. As a student. As a fugitive." "What did you learn?" "Excellent soup." She smiles. "You never give the same answer, do you?" "Sometimes I forget which answer I've given. Do you even remember the truth?" You step around a puddle. Parts. That quiets her for a moment. St. Brenna's district is older than most of Vera. Houses crowd around a small stone chapel, whose broad stairs have become a night market after sunset. Even now, vendors sell candles, grilled river fish, second-hand boots, ribbons, cheap wine, carved saints, and things with uncertain legal origins. You find Tavenhar's wife in a room above a cobbler. Her name is Nell. She is younger than you expected. Late 20s, perhaps. Dark curls tied behind her head. Strong hands. Flour on one cheek. A sleeping child lies in a basket near the stove. When you show her the list, she sits down without speaking. Alara closes the door. Nell reads Tavin's name again. He's alive. For now. Her hand covers her mouth. You wait. People sometimes need silence more than reassurance. Eventually, she looks up. They took him 4 nights ago. Who? Men from Vale's debt office. Did Tavin owe him? No, that's what I kept telling them. We paid everything. What did they claim? Late fees. How much? 300 crowns. You whistle softly. The entire cooperage probably isn't worth 300 crowns. Nell looks ashamed. We couldn't pay. You shouldn't have. They said they'd take the shop. Do you have receipts? Yes. Good. Her eyes sharpen. Good. For later. You crouch beside the chair. Tell me about Tavin. What do you mean? Anything useful? Injury, temper, does he panic? Can he swim? She blinks. Yes. Well, very well. His father was a ferryman. Excellent. Why? You straighten. Because when I open the warehouse, everyone inside may need to leave through the river. Nell stares at you. You're going there. Yes. Who are you? Alara leans against the wall. Tonight, apparently Lord Orsino Valancourt. Nell looks at her, then at you. You say, it's been complicated. The smallest laugh escapes Nell before she can stop it. Good. Fear loosens when it has somewhere else to go. You spend another half-hour gathering names. One prisoner is a laundress accused of stealing from a household she left after repeated abuse. Another is a labor organizer from the Western Docks. Two are brothers who refused protection payments. One is a traveling glassblower whose crime appears to have been possessing a profitable wagon. Two names Nell does not know. By the time you leave, the morality of the situation has become offensively clear. You dislike complexity when it comes to contracts. You enjoy complexity almost everywhere else. The warehouse presents plenty. You and Alara reach the southern docks shortly after midnight. Warehouses line both sides of the river for nearly a mile. Dark hulks broken by watch lamps and loading fires. Masts rise beyond the roofs. Ropes creak. Water slaps pilings. Warehouse 7 stands behind a fenced yard near an old grain elevator. You observe from the roof of a sailmaker's shop across the canal. Alara lies beside you beneath the parapet. 15, she whispers. 16. Where? Upper gallery. She waits. A lantern moves behind slats near the roof. 16. You watch longer. 2 guards at the gate. 3 along the water. 4 patrolling the yard. Several inside. A man smoking beneath the west eave. Another shape near the rear stairs. The rest moving intermittently behind windows. Alara whispers, "You cannot fight 16 people." "I could." "You shouldn't." "Correct." She turns her head. That answer seems to surprise her. "What?" "I assumed you'd suggest something insane." "I haven't ruled it out." Across the yard, a cart rolls through the main gate. You study the driver's posture. Empty barrels. Food delivery. Interesting. Your gaze travels upward. Roofline. Skylight. Rain gutter. Adjacent crane. River. Moored boats. One blackwake skiff is tied beside the warehouse. Then you see another structure. A covered loading bridge connecting Warehouse 7 to Warehouse 8. What is 8? Alara thinks. Imported spice storage. Veil. No Haradan trading. Legitimate. Painfully. Night workers. Probably none. You point. We enter through 8. She follows the line of your hand. The bridge is guarded from 7. Yes, and Warehouse 8 is locked. You look at her. She closes her eyes. Right sorry. You smile. You're learning. Warehouse 8's rear lock is disappointingly simple. You open it in 12 seconds. Inside, the smell nearly knocks you backward. Pepper, cinnamon, dried citrus, cloves, nutmeg, cardamom. Stacks of crates disappear into darkness. Alara sneezes. You freeze. She clamps both hands over her nose. You stare at her. She whispers, "Say nothing." You continue walking. She sneezes again. Quietly lethal, you murmur. "I hate you." Bit early. You reach the loading bridge. A locked iron door separates you from it. You kneel. Alara watches. This one better. Moderate. That's disappointing. You've become demanding. The lock opens. Beyond lies a narrow covered bridge of timber. and iron struts suspended 30 feet above the alley. At the far end, light leaks around another door. You test the floorboards, old but solid. Halfway across, voices approach from Warehouse 7. You and Alara flat against the bridge wall behind stacked, empty baskets. The far door opens. 2 Blackwake men enter. One carries a lantern. Transfer at dawn now. What happened to tomorrow night? Vale changed it. Your eyes meet Alara's. The men continue toward you. Why? Someone robbed him. You smile. Alara gives you a look. The 2 guards come closer. There is nowhere to hide once they pass the baskets. You glance upward. Overhead beams. You point. Alara silently mouths, "Absolutely not." You are already climbing. You pull yourself onto the crossbeam. Alara follows, with considerably more irritation than difficulty. Interesting. She has climbed before. The guards pass underneath. One stops. Your body goes still. His lantern lifts. Alara's fingers tight around the beam. The guard looks directly upward. You smile. Then the second man says, "You coming?" The lantern lowers. They continue. The door closes behind them. Alara exhales. You drop silently to the floor. She drops beside you. Where did you learn that? What? Climbing like that? A monastery. She glares. You open the door to Warehouse 7. Heat and lamplight meet you. The upper level consists of wooden walkways overlooking the main floor. Below, cargo crates form aisles between support columns. At the rear stands a barred enclosure. 8 people sit inside. There, no doubt left. You count guards again. Most are downstairs. 2 on the upper level. You signal Alara to wait. Then you step into the open. Not sneak. Step. The nearest guard turns. You walk toward him carrying yourself with the weary irritation of someone who has every right to be there. He frowns. Who are you? You glance down at your formal clothes, as though noticing them for the first time. Vale sent me. The guard looks confused. Vale. Yes. Why are you dressed like that? Because I was at his masquerade. That part is true. Truth improves, lies tremendously. The guard lowers his crossbow slightly. What happened? Someone broke into his study. The guard swears. You nod. Exactly. Who? You lean closer. Do you really think he'd send me here, shouting the name across a warehouse? The guard looks embarrassed. Perfect. You continue. Transfer moved forward. I heard dawn. Earlier. When? Now. That creates trouble. He turns toward the stairs. Brask hasn't. You strike him behind the ear with the weighted handle of your knife. He collapses. The second upper guard hears the sound. You catch the first man's crossbow before it hits the floor. The second turns. You throw the crossbow. Not shoot. Throw. He catches it instinctively. You close the distance while both his hands are occupied. One punch, One knee, a twist. He goes down against the railing. Alara steps from the doorway. That was your plan. Beginning of one. Below, someone shouts. So much for quiet. You run along the gallery. Alara follows. A bell begins ringing near the gate. That seems bad, she says. Very. Men spill from between crates. You reach the stairs. Rather than descend them, you vault the railing. Alara stops. You cannot possibly. You land on a canvas awning, stretched over a loading station. It catches your weight. Barely. The fabric tears. You slide down in a spectacular shower of dust and land on a stack of grain sacks. You stand. Alara appears at the railing above. Her expression communicates several complete sentences. You point toward the stairs. Use those. 3 guards charge. You draw your short sword. The first comes high. You redirect his blade. The second comes low. You hop backward onto a crate. The third attempts to circle. You kick the crate. It slides into his knees. He falls forward. You jump down behind the first attacker, strike his wrist, take his sword from him, and toss it into an open barrel. He stares. You shrug. Storage. The second swings. You duck. His blade cuts a rope. A suspended cargo net drops. You step aside. He does not. The net covers him completely. You look down. That's embarrassing. Someone barrels into you from the side. You hit a stack of crates hard enough to make your shoulder complain. A heavy-set guard pins you there. His breath smells of onions. You dislike this more than the actual danger. He pulls back a fist. A bottle shatters against his head. He sways. You look past him. Alara stands 10 feet away, holding the broken neck of a wine bottle. You push the guard over. Good throw. Thank you. Awful wine. It was shipping red. Still, a crossbow bolt strikes the crate beside you. You grab Alara and pull her down. 2 more bolts punch into wood overhead. Prisoners, you say. I see them. Can you open the cage? She stares. You are the lockpicker. Fair. Another guard advances. You shove a small knife into her hand. Cut the rope beside the loading doors. Why? I don't know yet. Excellent. She runs. You go toward the cage. 4 Blackwake men stand between you and it. One is extremely large. He carries a hammer. You stop. He smiles. Finally, you say, someone dressed appropriately. He looks confused. The hammer comes down. You step left. It smashes a crate. You run up the side of another crate, push off, and kick him squarely in the shoulder. He stumbles. The other guards attack. You move. One blade glances along yours. Another catches your coat. Again, you become genuinely offended. Stop cutting the coat. The attacker swings again. You trap his arm against your body and flip him over your hip. He lands on a sack of flour. The sack bursts. White powder covers half the aisle. Everyone pauses. You look at him. He looks like a ghost. You nearly laugh. The hammer man charges through the flower cloud. You dive aside. He collides with a support post. The entire loading rack trembles. Somewhere to your right, Alara shouts, "Which rope?" You glance over. There are 4 ropes. Red. They're all brown. Far left. She cuts it. A canvas chute drops from the upper loading floor. Hundreds of dried beans pour out. They cascade across the stone. 2 guards lose their footing instantly. You stare at the beans, then at Alara. "Excellent. You said you didn't know what it did." "I know now." You run across the chaos. The cage lock is heavy but old. You kneel. Inside, 8 exhausted faces watch you. A broad-shouldered man with a bruised cheek steps toward the bars. Tavin Har. He blinks. "Yes." Your wife says hello. His face changes. You insert the pick. "You're getting out." "Who are you?" "Busy." The lock turns. You open the cage. "Can everyone walk?" One older prisoner nods. A young man has an injured ankle. Tavin lifts him without being asked. "Good." You point toward the riverside. Loading doors. A woman asks, "There are guards." Fewer than there were. Behind you, the hammer man roars. You turn. He has recovered. Unfortunately, the fight has spread across the entire warehouse. Workers who were pretending not to see anything have suddenly become extremely interested in leaving. Blackwick guards scramble over spilled beans and broken crates. Alara reaches the loading door. It is barred. She pulls. Nothing. You run toward her. The hammer man follows. "Move." Alara does. The hammer swings. You duck. The hammer smashes directly through the wooden bar, holding the river doors shut. Silence. You look at the hammer, then at the man holding it. "Thank you." You kick him backward into the bean-covered floor. Alara throws both doors open. Cold river air rushes inside. Outside, black water moves beneath pilings. The Blackwake skiff is still tied below. You point. Everyone down. Tavin helps prisoners descend the ladder. A whistle shrieks from the street. More men coming. Alara looks toward the main doors. We're out of time. Nearly. You turn toward the warehouse office. Where are you going? Documents. You already have documents. Different documents. You sprint. She swears and follows. The office door is locked. You hit it once. Solid. No time. You step back. Alara says, "Please tell me you're not picking it." You look upward. Glass transom. You climb the frame. Hook fingers over the molding and swing through the glass, opening feet first. You land on the desk. Alara stares through the broken transom. Normal people use doors. They're missing so much. The office contains shipping schedules, invoices, cargo manifests. You take everything dated within the last month. Then you see a map pinned beside the desk. River Roots marked in red ink. A symbol appears beside 3 towns upriver. A black crown. You have seen that symbol before. Not tonight. Months ago. Perhaps longer. A contract in another province. A smuggler carrying sealed letters. A man who died before you could question him. The same black crown had been stamped into the wax. Your smile disappears. Alara sees your face. What? You tear the map from the wall. Later, the main warehouse doors burst open. Blackwake reinforcements flood inside. Too many. You climb back through the transom. Alara catches your arm as you drop. Now, definitely now, you run for the river. The prisoners are aboard. Tavin holds the skiff rope. Where? You point downstream. Anywhere else. You and Alara jump aboard. Tavin cuts the line. The river catches the skiff. Arrows strike the water. One hits the stern. Another passes overhead. A Blackwake man leaps from the dock and catches the gunwale. You look down at him. He looks up at you. There is a short, awkward pause. You should let go, you say. He tries to climb in. You step delicately on his fingers. He falls into the river. Reasonable effort. The current pulls you away. Behind, Warehouse 7 shrinks into firelit chaos. Tavin takes an oar. So does another prisoner. The little skiff moves quickly toward the darker center of the river. Alara sits opposite you, breathing hard. Her cloak is torn. A streak of flour crosses one cheek. Her hair has almost completely fallen from its pins. She begins laughing, quietly at first, then helplessly. You look at her. What? She tries to speak and fails. Eventually she manages. The beans. You look back toward the warehouse. Strategically critical. You didn't know what the rope did. I suspected legumes. That makes it worse. Tavin starts laughing too. Then one of the women. Soon half the skiff is laughing from shock, exhaustion, fear, relief, and the simple absurdity of surviving something they had begun to believe they would not survive. You lean back against the gunwale. The city slides past. Lantern reflections break across black water. Rain begins again, very lightly. Alara wipes her eyes. You are completely deranged. That's a strong diagnosis after one evening. You impersonated a dead nobleman, robbed a magistrate, escaped through a window, broke into 2 warehouses, started a riot with dried beans, and stole a boat. The boat was already stolen once. What? Blackwake took it from someone else. How do you know? I recognize it. From where? You examine the carved stern. There is a small sea serpent beneath the paint. You grin. It's Zira's. Alara stares. You stole Captain Voss's boat 3 years ago. Borrowed, and Blackwake later stole it from her. Apparently, and now you've stolen it from them. Returned it, really. Alara looks toward the sky. I don't know why I ask questions. You unfold the river map. The laughter around you fades. 3 red roots leave Vera. All converge inland near a narrow valley called St. Orle's Reach. The black crown symbol appears there. Elara leans closer. Do you know that mark? You run your thumb over the ink. I've seen it. Where? North of Kestrel Pass. When? Last spring. What happened? You remember a ruined toll station. A courier with 3 aliases. Letters burned before you could read them. A black wax seal beneath the ash. Different contract. For what? A merchant hired me to retrieve stolen gemstones. And the merchant had stolen them first. Elara waits. You fold the map. So I returned them to the original owner. And the merchant lost a warehouse. Accidentally. You consider. No. The skiff drifts under the shadow of a bridge. Above, carriage wheels rattle over stone. You should feel triumphant. 8 people are free. Vale's ledger is under your coat. You have enough evidence to destroy several powerful men. A mysterious symbol from an old contract has reappeared. This is precisely the sort of night you usually love. And you do love it. Mostly. But as the adrenaline drains away, something unexpected remains. You look around the boat. Tavin has removed his coat and wrapped it around the injured young man's shoulders. One of the women is holding another prisoner's hand. Elara has stopped laughing and is helping an older man clean blood from his temple with the edge of her cloak. Nobody asks her to. Nobody thanks her. She simply does it. The moment feels strangely complete. Not because you won, not because you escaped, because these people will go home. You find yourself thinking of Nell, waiting above the cobbler's shop, of the sleeping child beside the stove, of breakfast. You shake the thought away. Ridiculous. There is a criminal network to investigate. Much more sensible. Sira is still awake when you arrive at her hidden dock. She sees the skiff. Her mouth falls open. You step ashore. She looks at the boat, then at you, then at the boat again. You found it. I did. You found my boat. You're welcome. I thought it sank. Blackwake had it. Sira runs one hand along the carved stern, like greeting an animal returned from the dead. Then she notices the 8 freed prisoners. Her expression changes. You actually did it. Obviously. She looks toward the river and Warehouse 7. You take off your ruined coat. Probably needs cleaning. Sira closes her eyes. How bad? Beans. She opens them. What? Long story. Behind you, Tavin steps onto the dock. A figure comes running from the alley. Nell. She must have been sent word from someone at St. Brenna's after the warehouse alarm. She sees Tavin. Stops. For a moment, neither moves. Then Tavin crosses the dock in 3 strides. Nell runs into him. He lifts her clear off the ground. Her face disappears against his shoulder. You look away. There are some reunions that deserve privacy, even in public. Alara comes to stand beside you. Her shoulder brushes yours. You could leave now, she says quietly. Could. You have enough evidence to ruin Vale. Probably. The prisoners are safe. Yes, the contract is finished. Twice. She watches you, but you're not leaving. You unfold the stolen map. The black crown sits at St. Oral's Reach. You should pursue it, because someone is buying people. That is reason enough. There is another reason too. You are curious. Curiosity has ruined many excellent opportunities for peace. You have always considered that one of its better qualities. Sira walks over. What's that? You show her. She goes still. That interests you more than anything else tonight. You know it. Sira does not answer quickly enough. Alara looks between you. Finally, Sira says, I know the valley. That's not what I asked. She takes the map. Her thumb rests near the black crown. St. Oral's Reach used to be mining country. Silver. Then the mines flooded 20 years ago. And now, private estates, vineyards, old monasteries, a few villages. Who owns the land marked here? Sira's face hardens. House Mar. Alara inhales softly. You know the name. Everyone does. The Mar family is old enough that their crest appears on coins, no longer in circulation. They hold no official crown office. They do not need one. Shipping, banking, land, judges, private guards, loans to half the nobility, quiet power, the irritating kind. Sira hands back the map. If Blackwake is sending people to the Mar estates, this is bigger than Vale. You look toward Nell and Tavin. Tavin is crying now. He doesn't seem embarrassed about it. Nell is laughing into his shoulder. You feel something warm settle beneath your ribs. Joy, strange place for it. No rooftop, no duel, no impossible luck. Just someone getting back what should never have been taken from them. You fold the map. When does the next riverboat leave for St. Oral's Reach? Sira answers immediately. 9 tomorrow morning. Alara says, you're going. You look at her. So are you. She blinks. I beg your pardon. You know House Mar. I know of them. You know merchants, nobles, council families. Yes, you can forge social introductions. I don't forge anything. You stare. She sighs. I can obtain legitimate introductions under misleading circumstances. That's just aristocratic forgery. It is not. It sounds more expensive. Sira looks amused despite herself. Alara crosses her arms. You work alone. Usually. You've made that very clear. Have I? You vanished 3 times tonight without telling me where you were going. Only 3. You jumped off a balcony. That was more of a railing. You told me to cut a rope without knowing what it did. Worked beautifully. Alara steps closer. So why are you asking me? You think about it. The truthful answer surprises you. Because you were useful. Her eyebrows rise. You continue. and entertaining. Careful, and you hit a man with a bottle. Now you're flirting. Possibly. She holds your gaze. A smile appears slowly. Suppose I come. But what exactly are we doing? You glance toward St. Aurel's Reach on the map, finding out why House Mar is buying prisoners. And then, depends what we find. What if the answer is unpleasant? You look toward the river. Morning has begun faintly in the east, a pale line behind warehouse roofs. Fishermen are already moving near the lower piers. Smoke rises from bakery chimneys. Somewhere in Vera, Mara Ilian is probably waking to begin bread. Somewhere else, Magistrate Vale is discovering just how many ledgers are missing. You feel tired, hungry, bruised. Your coat is destroyed. Your shoulder aches, and for reasons you cannot explain, you feel very good. You fold the map carefully and tuck it inside your waistcoat. If the answer is unpleasant, you say, we'll make ourselves annoying. The 9 o'clock riverboat leaves Vera at 9:23. This is because the captain believes timetables are aspirational. You approve immediately. The vessel is called the Brindle Swan, though nothing about it resembles either a brindle animal or a swan. It is a broad, shallow-drafted riverboat with 2 decks, patched green awnings, a brass whistle far too large for the size of the vessel, and a crew who appear to communicate primarily through insults. By 8:45, you are aboard. By 8:50, you have acquired breakfast. By 8:52, you have acquired someone else's newspaper. By 8:55, Alara catches you reading it. Did you buy that? You lower the paper. No. Did you steal it? Such an ugly word before tea. Across the deck, an elderly merchant pats his pockets, looks around in confusion, and then notices the newspaper in your hands. You raise it. Finished. He stares at you. You fold it neatly, walk over, and hand it back. Excellent editorial on tariffs. I hadn't read it yet. Then you're in for a treat. You return to your chair. Alara watches you sit. You could simply purchase your own. I could. Why don't you? You look toward the newspaper kiosk, visible on the dock. That feels unnecessarily permanent. She sits opposite you. She has changed out of the crimson gown. Today she wears dark traveling trousers beneath a long charcoal coat, good boots, a pale shirt fastened high at the collar, and leather gloves soft enough to suggest they were made for someone who has never carried cargo in their life. She has also brought 2 trunks. You brought 1 satchel. You look at the trunks. She notices. Say it. Nothing. You have an opinion. I always have an opinion about the luggage. You sip your coffee. I've seen military campaigns invade countries with less. One contains clothes, and the other, more clothes. You consider respectable. She laughs despite herself. Your own satchel contains 3 shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, lockpicks, climbing cord, a whetstone, playing cards, spare throwing knives, a sewing kit you almost never use properly, 4 rings, a flask, a small book of poetry you deny owning, and the remaining evidence against Vale. Your ruined green coat has been left with a tailor in Vera. You told him to repair it. He told you to bury it. Negotiations continue. Captain Sira stands on the dock below, arms crossed. She has refused to come, very firmly, several times. You look over the rail. You'll miss us. No, I can tell already. No, you can't. Your face is devastated. My face is considering whether pushing you into the river would delay departure. Only briefly. Sira points at you. Do not get involved with the Mar family. We're literally traveling there to get involved with the Mar family. I know, that's why I'm saying it. Elara leans over the rail. What exactly do you know about House Mar? Sira glances toward the crew, then back up. They own most of St. Oral's Reach through subsidiaries. Vineyards, old mining claims, timber rights, quarries, a private road through the eastern hills. You say all wholesome. They also own the magistrate's house. Less wholesome, not literally. Disappointing. Sira ignores you. The family keeps its main residence at Maravine, above the valley. They're hosting guests this week. Elara looks interested. For what? Founders Week. That means something to her. You can tell. What? Elara straightens. House Mar celebrates the founding of its estate every year. Merchants, bankers, minor nobles, provincial officials. Hunting, dinners, horse races, wine tastings. You smile. A party. Elara sees the expression. No, you haven't heard the idea. I know the idea. Impressive. You want to infiltrate the estate. Absolutely. Sira pinches the bridge of her nose. Of course you do. Elara looks toward the riverboat's upper deck. Actually, that word contains danger. You lean back. She continues. House Ven receives an invitation most years. You sit up slightly. You have one. No. Shame. My father declined this year. Worse, but I could send a message ahead. You stare at her. You said you didn't forge invitations. I don't. You manufacture legitimate ones under suspicious conditions. I persuade people to correct social oversights. Aristocratic forgery. She gives you a look. The brindle swan's whistle suddenly erupts overhead. It is less a whistle than an industrial declaration of war. Half the dock jumps. You do not. You do spill coffee onto your fingers. This annoys you more than being startled would have. The deckhands cast off. Sira raises her voice over the churn of the paddle wheel. One more thing. You lean toward the rail. If anyone uses the name Calder Rusk, leave. Who is Calder Rusk? Exactly. The boat pulls away before she can explain. You watch Sira diminish along the quay. Then you turn to Elara. That's ominous. Very. I like it. I know. Vera recedes behind you. The city unfolds slowly along the banks. Warehouses first, then crowded districts, then gardens and villas, then scattered mills and brickworks, where the river broadens under the morning sun. Rain clouds break apart. Light appears across the water. For a while, neither of you talks about Housemar. This is partly strategic. It is also because the Brindle Swan serves an excellent second breakfast. You discover this accidentally. A deckhand passes carrying a plate of fried eggs, potatoes, smoked river trout, and thick bread. You follow him. Alara finds you 10 minutes later, seated at a small table near the stern. You already ate. That was first breakfast. This is not normal. Neither is wearing 2 trunks worth of clothing on a 2-day trip. It could be longer. Then I may need third breakfast. She sits. You push the bread toward her. She takes some. The valley beyond Vera opens into countryside. Low farms spread between hedgerows. Willow trees bend over the river. Fishing villages cling to bends in the water, their docks lined with blue and yellow boats. Children wave from muddy banks. Women wash rugs from stone steps. Shepherds move flocks along distant slopes bright with spring grass. You find yourself watching longer than expected, not because anything is happening. Nothing is happening. That is what catches you. A farmer repairs a fence. A dog sleeps beside him. Smoke rises from a cottage chimney. The river moves. You have spent years crossing places like this while going somewhere else. Today, for reasons you cannot identify, the quiet seems unusually complete. Alara notices your silence. You're thinking, rare but dangerous, about the map. You glance toward her. Among other things, she waits. You don't elaborate. She lets it go. That earns her more trust than questions would have. Near noon, you move to the shaded side of the upper deck. Alara has found a writing desk in the passenger salon and borrowed stationery bearing the riverboat's crest. You watch her compose a message. Who is that for? Lady Myrnmar. Do you know her? I met her once, enough to invite yourself into her house. Socially, yes. Fascinating culture. She continues writing. You lean over her shoulder. She covers the page. Don't. I was proofreading. You were spying. Same eyes. You need an identity. Do I? Unless you intend to attend Founders Week as the man who robbed Magistrate Vale. You think that has a certain boldness. Pick something believable. You sit on the edge of the desk. What am I? She studies you. You hold very still. It becomes increasingly difficult not to smile. Finally, she says, a minor landholder. Boring. From the south. Humid. Recently inherited. Tragic. With investments in shipping. Now we're committing tax crimes. She ignores that. Name. You look through the salon windows. A painted advertisement across the river, promotes Marnell's black tea. You say, Lucian Marnell. Elara closes her eyes. No. Why? Because Marnell is tea. So, people know that. Exactly. They'll remember me. They'll think you're connected to tea. Perhaps I am. You don't know anything about tea. You glance at her cup. Leaves, water, imperialism. Elara stares. You grin. She crosses out something on the letter. Fine, Lucian Marnell. Lord Lucian Marnell. No, sir. No. Prince. Absolutely not. You're crushing my range. You may be a wealthy heir. How dull. You'll survive. She writes your false name into the invitation request. You point. Make me recently widowed. Her pen stops. Why? Depth. That creates questions. Only if my spouse had a name. You are not inventing a deceased spouse. Celestine. Elara turns in her chair. The woman who did not exist last night. She had promise. You are impossible to manage. Good thing you're not managing me. A voice from the doorway says, That's becoming obvious. You look over. The speaker is a man in his early 30s, broad-shouldered, sun-browned, and wearing the blue-gray traveling coat of the Royal Road Guard. His sword belt is official. His boots are not, too well made. His dark hair has been tied carelessly at the back of his neck. A faint scar cuts through one eyebrow. He looks at you. You look at him. He has the patient expression of someone who has spent most of his career listening to criminals explain why things are technically not crimes. Elara knows him. You know this because she says, Oh no. The man's eyebrow lifts. Always pleasant, Lady Ven. You slide from the desk. Friend? No. Former fiancé? Absolutely not. The guard says, Captain Dorian Hale. You offer a hand. Lord Lucian Marnell. Elara makes a sound. Dorian looks at her, then back at you. Is that true? Parts of it. Which parts? Lucian is strong. Dorian does not shake your hand. You lower it. Suspicious man. He turns to Elara. Your father thinks you're in Vera. My father frequently believes optimistic things. He sent 3 messages to the Southern Post looking for you. That seems excessive. Dorian looks toward you again. And you smile. Me, I've heard descriptions. Flattering. Green coat, black mask, armed, escaped Vale's estate. Could be anyone. Stole records. Still broad. Fought 6 guards. That sounds tiring. Broke a window. You tilt your head. Now you're stereotyping. Dorian's mouth twitches. Barely. Interesting. He reaches inside his coat. Elara tenses. You do not. He produces a folded warrant. You look at it, then at him. Very official. It is. Good paper. You're under arrest. You sigh. That ruins lunch. Elara stands. Dorian. I don't want to hear it. veil is trafficking debtors. I know. Silence. You stop smiling. Dorian lowers the warrant slightly. Alara says, you know, I was ordered to detain anyone interfering with an active commercial investigation. By whom? Provincial command. You and Alara exchange a look. Dorian notices. He closes the salon door. That is when the encounter changes. He lowers his voice. 2 weeks ago, one of our patrols found an abandoned transport wagon near Sable Ford. Blood on the floor. Chains inside. No passengers. Driver dead. Alara asks Blackwake. We think so. House Mar. Dorian's expression tightens. Don't say names you can't prove. You lean against the desk. What about Calder Rusk? Dorian goes very still. There it is. You push gently. Friend of yours. Where did you hear that name? Captain Voss. What did she say? If someone uses it, leave. Good advice. So naturally, we're asking. Dorian looks at you for a long moment, then folds the warrant and puts it away. You point toward his coat. Did I just get less arrested? Temporarily. Wonderful. He takes the chair Alara abandoned. Calder Rusk is officially a procurement agent for Mar Agricultural Holdings. Unofficially, nobody knows. That seems unlikely. Nobody alive who wants to talk. Alara sits again. Dorian continues. His name appears around every transport we've traced. Debtors, missing workers, migrants, small farmers who defaulted on loans. Where are they going, you ask? That's what we've been trying to find out. St. Aurel's Reach. Dorian looks up sharply. You unfold the stolen map. He sees the black crown. Whatever uncertainty remained in him disappears. Where did you get this? Warehouse 7. You broke into Warehouse 7. Technically, Warehouse 8 first. Alara says, then 7. Dorian stares at both of you. You slide the map across the desk. Professional curiosity. He studies it. These routes. His finger follows the red ink. These aren't normal cargo roads. No, they converge below Maravine. Alara leans over. What is here? Her finger lands near an old symbol, printed faintly beneath the red ink. Dorian looks closer. St. Aurel Mine Works. You remember what Sierra said. Flooded. Supposedly. That word settles heavily. You look at him. Supposedly. Dorian nods. The lower mines were abandoned 20 years ago. After a collapse, redirected an underground river. Mar sealed the main entrances. How sealed? Stonework, iron gates. Any inspection? None that I've seen. You smile faintly. Dorian notices. No, you don't know what I'm thinking. You're thinking about entering a flooded mine. I was thinking about lunch, then entering a flooded mine. Possibly. Alara taps the map. Founders Week gives us access to the estate. Dorian looks at her. You're attending. Probably. With him. You say Lord Lucian Marnell. No, Ilara laughs. Dorian rubs his forehead. You do understand how Smar keeps private security. Yes, professional security. Better. Do you have a death wish? You consider carefully. No, that answer is more serious than he expected. You continue. I like being alive. Then stop doing things that make death statistically enthusiastic. Statistics lack imagination. Dorian looks at Ilara. Why are you helping him? Ilara pauses. The answer seems to matter to her. Because I saw the list. Dorian's expression softens. She continues. And because I watched 8 people come out of that warehouse who shouldn't have been there. She looks toward the river beyond the windows. My family does business with people like Vale. Mar too. Maybe indirectly. Maybe everyone tells themselves they don't know where certain money comes from. You remain quiet. This is not about guilt, she says. I simply don't want ignorance to be an excuse once it stops being ignorance. Dorian studies her. Then he looks at you. And you. You glance down at the black crown. Bad people made themselves interesting. That's it. No. You think of Nell and Tavin, of the small sleeping child, of the feeling on the dock. You shrug. They also deserve it. Dorian almost smiles. Almost. The brindle swan whistles again. Through the windows, a riverside town approaches. Stone bridge, red roofs, church tower, market square visible beyond poplars. The boat slows toward the landing. Dorian stands. I get off here, running away, working, similar posture. He steps closer. Listen carefully. You do. How Smar isn't Vale. Vale is greedy and stupid enough to think wealth makes him untouchable. Mar survives because they think 3 moves ahead. Good. I'm serious. So am I. You can't improvise everything. You and Ilara both look at him. Dorian notices. Why are you both looking at me like that? Ilara says, you don't know him very well. Dorian exhales. Then he does something unexpected. He removes a small silver badge from inside his coat. Road Guard auxiliary seal. He places it on the desk. That gets you through provincial checkpoints. You pick it up. You're helping. I am preventing you from stabbing customs officers because you're impatient. I've never stabbed a customs officer. Dorian stares. You add during office hours. Ilara covers her face. Dorian points at you. If you discover evidence, you bring it to me. Maybe. That wasn't optional. It sounded very optional. He leans closer. You are nearly the same height. Do not disappear. You glance toward the door. His hand catches your sleeve. You look down, then up. He realizes exactly what he did. For the first time, some of the official composure slips. Interesting. Very interesting. His grip loosens. You say softly, Captain. His eyes narrow. Don't. You smile. Wasn't going to say anything. Your face is saying plenty. then arrest my face. Alara makes a choking sound behind you. Dorian lets go. You are exhausting. People tell me that shortly before becoming fond of me, I will never become fond of you. You look toward Alara. Did you hear that? Very convincing. Dorian turns to leave. At the door, he looks back. St. Oral Village has an inn called the Green Heron. If you need to get a message to me, leave it with the owner. Under what name? Dorian, not Lucian. He leaves. You watch through the window as he steps onto the dock. Alara appears beside you. You enjoyed that immensely. He was trying to arrest you. Flirtation takes many forms. He was not flirting. You look at her. She looks through the window at Dorian, walking up the pier, then back at you, maybe slightly. Thank you. Do not make this unbearable. I'll try to remain modest. You have never tried to remain modest in your life. Unverified. The boat pulls away again. For the rest of the afternoon, the river narrows. Hills rise. Vineyards appear along sunlit slopes. Stone villages settle into folds of the land beneath old bell towers. You pass abandoned mine structures along the northern bank. Rusted hoists, collapsed sheds, black tunnel mouths sealed behind masonry. St. Oral's Reach begins around sunset. The valley is beautiful enough to be suspicious. Vines cover terraced hills in long green rows. Tall cypress trees line old roads. A silver river bends through the center, beneath limestone cliffs, glowing amber in the last light. Above everything, Maravine rises. The estate sits high on the western ridge. Pale stone, red tile roofs, balconies, gardens, towers older than the rest of the house. From the river, it resembles a small palace pretending to be a vineyard. You stand at the bow. Alara joins you. Beautiful, she says, usually a bad sign. You think beautiful places are suspicious. I think rich people build beautiful things, so nobody looks underneath. She glances toward the estate. That is unusually philosophical. I skipped lunch. You had 3 lunches. Then imagine how philosophical I'd be with 4. Below Maravine, the village of St. Oral gathers around the landing. Whitewashed houses, terracotta roofs, a mill wheel turning slowly in the river. The Brindle Swan docks beside stacks of wine barrels. Passengers disembark. You lift Alara's first trunk. It is heavier than expected. You look at her. What is in this? Clothes. Are they armored? No. Gold. No. Small horses. Don't be dramatic. You lift the second. It is somehow worse. She watches with satisfaction. You could ask for help. I would rather die. That can be arranged. You carry both trunks up the quay. The Green Heron sits across the square, beneath a hanging sign, painted with a very judgmental bird. The village is busy. Founders' Week has filled it with visitors. Servants unload luggage from carriages. Merchants crowd tavern patios. Stable boys run between horses. Musicians tune instruments near a fountain decorated with grapevines carved from marble. Mar banners hang from balconies, silver crown above black vines. You stop, not the same symbol. Close, House Mar's official crest is a silver crown surrounded by grape leaves. The mark on the smuggling map is a black crown without vines. Simplified, private, Alara sees it too. Related, probably, at the Green Heron, you secure 2 rooms. Ilara looks at the clerk. 2. You look at her, scandalized. No, surprised. You're welcome to complain. I wasn't complaining. The clerk looks between you and wisely says nothing. Your room overlooks the square. Small, clean, white linen, a narrow balcony, a bed that looks unusually inviting after the previous night. You set down your satchel. For approximately 10 seconds, you consider lying down. Then someone knocks. Alara enters carrying an envelope. It arrived before us. The seal belongs to House Mar. She opens it, reads. A slow smile appears. We're invited. You sit on the edge of the bed. Lord Lucian, Mr. Lucian Marnell. You look wounded, heartless. Lady Meyer remembers me. Good. She has invited us to tomorrow's vineyard luncheon and tomorrow night's masked supper. You brighten. Another masquerade. You cannot reuse Orsino. Obviously. Good. I've evolved. Ilara folds the letter. There's more. What? She specifically asks whether you're connected to Marnell's tea. You stare. Ilara begins laughing. You fall backward onto the bed. Excellent. She sits beside you. What do we tell her? You look at the ceiling. That the family diversified. Into what? You consider maritime insurance. Do you know anything about maritime insurance? Ships dislike sinking. Remarkable. You asked. Her shoulder touches yours. For a while, neither of you moves. Outside, bells ring over the village. Someone is playing a fiddle in the square. The window carries in the smell of bread, wine, river water, and lavender from boxes along the balcony. Your body reminds you that you have been awake for most of 2 days. Ilara leans back on her hands. Do you ever stop? The question is simple. You find it oddly difficult. Eventually, I mean voluntarily, you turn your head. She is looking toward the open balcony door. You're always moving. Even when you're sitting still, it feels like you're waiting for the next door to open. You think about that. Doors are useful. That isn't what I meant. I know. She glances at you. No teasing now. You could deflect. Usually you would. Instead you say, I like the moment before something happens. The uncertainty. The possibility. She nods. And after, you look toward the square. Below, an innkeeper is carrying bowls to an outside table. 2 children chase each other around the fountain. A dog lies under a cart. Ordinary evening. No pursuit. No job. No blade in your hand. Strangely pleasant. After, you say, I usually go find another before. Alara studies you. Then she smiles gently. That sounds exhausting. You expect yourself to disagree. You don't. A burst of shouting interrupts the moment. You are on your feet before thinking. Alara reaches the balcony with you. Across the square, a wagon has stopped beside the fountain. 2 Marguards stand near it. A young vineyard worker is arguing with them. His mother, perhaps, grips his sleeve. One guard holds a document. The young man shouts, "The debt is my father's." The guard says something too quiet to hear. The mother begins pleading. The young man is shoved toward the wagon. You look at Alara. She looks at you. The fatigue disappears. You grab your coat. Alara sighs. Of course. You are already crossing the room. Below, the wagon doors open. Inside are iron restraints bolted to the benches. You see them from the top of the stairs. Something cold settles into place. Founder's Week can wait until tomorrow. You reach the square just as the young man swings at the first guard. The second guard reaches for his sword. You step between them. Good evening. Every face turns toward you. The guard's hand remains on the sword. This does not concern you. You glance at the restraints inside the wagon. That's disappointing. Move. You smile. No. The square grows quieter. Not silent. St. Oral is too busy for silence. Somewhere behind you, plates still clink outside the Green Heron. A fiddler continues playing for several confused seconds before realizing that everyone has stopped listening. The mill wheel turns. A horse stamps against its harness, but conversation drains from the tables nearest the fountain. People are watching. The guard notices. That matters. Men who do ugly things for powerful employers rarely object to witnesses because of shame. They object because witnesses create paperwork. The young vineyard worker stands behind you, breathing hard. He cannot be more than 20. His knuckles are split from the punch he threw. His mother still grips his sleeve. The first Marguard folds the document. Who are you? You consider the question. Lucian Marnell seems premature. Concerned pedestrian. Alara reaches the square behind you. He's with me. The guard recognizes her. That is immediate. His posture changes. Lady Ven. Alara stops beside you. Good evening. The second guard releases his sword hilt. Barely. The first says, "This is a lawful debt collection." You hold out your hand. Wonderful, let me see. He looks at you. Why, I'm becoming invested. This is official Mar business. So the paperwork should be immaculate. He does not hand it over. You look at Alara. She understands. House Ven has lending interests in this valley, she says. If Mar is conducting debtor seizures during Founders Week, I would prefer to understand under what authority. The man's face tightens. Good. Alara may not technically have authority over him. Social class is useful that way. People often obey it before checking. The guard finally gives her the paper. You lean over her shoulder. The document is a debt transfer notice. Original debtor, Bren Terrace. Amount 72 crowns. Creditor, Oral Agricultural Credit Cooperative. Current holder, Mar Agricultural Holdings. Collateral clause, labor substitution. You tap the final line. That's inventive. Alara reads it twice. The young man behind you says, "My father died last winter." You turn. You're Bren's son, Leo. And you signed this. No. Your mother. No. The mother shakes her head. My husband borrowed 12 crowns for seed after the hail. The guard says, interest accumulated. You look at him. From 12 to 72. Penalties. Over how long? A year. You whistle softly. Efficient. The guard takes the document back. The debt transferred to the surviving household. Alara's eyes sharpen. Household property, perhaps. Not compulsory labor. The clause was included in the original agreement. Then show us the original. The guard pauses. You smile. There it is. There what is. The part where this becomes interesting. The first guard steps closer. Lady Ven, with respect, this matter does not require your involvement. Alara's expression cools. With respect, you appear to be loading a free man into a barred wagon in the middle of a public square. A few people at nearby tables murmur. The guard hears them. You do too. The villagers have seen this before. That is clear now. Nobody looks surprised. They look afraid. Fear has familiarity when it has been practiced. The second guard mutters, "We should go." The first does not like retreating in public. He looks at you instead. This is your last warning. You brighten. I do love ceremonial language. He reaches for Leo. You catch his wrist. Not violently. Not yet. The guard looks down at your hand. Then at you. Release me. Gladly. You do. He pulls his arm back. Take the boy. The second guard hesitates. That is enough. Leo's mother pulls him away from the wagon. You step between them and both guards. The first man draws his sword. Around the square, chairs scrape backward. Alara says quietly, "This is perhaps becoming conspicuous. Yes, you are attending Maravine tomorrow. Also, yes, under a false identity. Technically, tomorrow's identity hasn't started yet." She looks at you. That is not how identities work. The guard lunges. You move aside. His sword passes through the place you occupied. You catch his forearm with one hand and his elbow with the other. Continue his momentum and send him shoulder first into the fountain. He hits marble. Water erupts over his head. The second guard draws. You look at him. He looks at his companion sitting, waist deep, among carved stone grapes. Then at you. Please, you say, make the sensible choice. I've had very little sleep. He attacks. You sigh. Steel flashes. Your short sword clears its sheath. The first strike rings across the square. He is better than Vale's ballroom guards. Disciplined, trained, he keeps his center low and does not overextend. You parry, give ground, and let him believe you are retreating. 3 steps. 4. His confidence grows. He drives forward. You step onto the fountain rim. He follows your body with the blade. You do not remain where bodies conventionally remain. 1 foot plants on the stone. You push upward. His blade passes under your boots as you vault over the fountain's narrow basin. You land behind him. He turns. Too late. The flat of your sword taps his wrist. His weapon drops. Your boot kicks it beneath a vegetable cart. You point your blade toward him. Very nice recovery on the second strike. He stares. Your shoulders give away the lunge. He stares harder. I say this constructively. Behind you, the first guard climbs from the fountain soaked, furious, and decorated with floating rose petals. You look over. Oh, that's unfortunate. A small child near the green heron giggles. The guard hears. His dignity dies before his body has any opportunity to. He draws a dagger. Alara steps between you before he can move. Enough. Her voice cuts differently than yours. No humor. No invitation. The guard stops. She says, "You will return to whoever sent you, and tell them Lady Alara then requested the original debt agreement before any further attempt is made to seize Leo Terrace. You don't have jurisdiction." No. She walks closer, but my family holds notes against 2 Mars shipping subsidiaries, and Lady Myron expects me at lunch tomorrow. Do you really want the first conversation I have with her to be about why her men drew swords on a Ven guest? The man looks at you. Water drips from his nose. You give him a pleasant little wave. He hates you. Beautifully. Finally, he points at Leo. "This isn't finished." You say, "It rarely is." Alara catches your arm before you add anything worse. The guards climb onto the wagon. The unarmed one crawls beneath the vegetable cart to retrieve his sword. You consider helping. You don't. The wagon rolls away. Only once it has turned onto the vineyard road does the square begin breathing again. Conversation returns in pieces. The fiddler resumes. Leo's mother looks at you. "Thank you." You sheath your sword. "Don't yet." She frowns. "They'll come back." Leo says, "Then I'll leave." "Where?" "I don't know." You glance toward the road the wagon took. Leaving tonight might be wise. His mother says, "Our whole life is here. There it is. The thing people with money and soldiers count on. A road is easy for you. You carry your life in one satchel and an unreasonable number of pockets. For most people, leaving means abandoning tools, crops, family graves, neighbors, animals, houses repaired by hand, familiar kitchens. and the exact place in a garden where sunlight arrives first in spring. You look at Leo. Who else has been taken? He hesitates. His mother answers. Many. How many? She looks around the square. No one nearby meets her eyes. Over the last year. Yes, 30, perhaps 40. Elara goes still. From this village and the farms, all for debt. Mostly, do they return? The woman says nothing. That is answer enough. You look toward Maravine. The estate glows high above the valley as evening deepens. Windows catching the last amber light. Somewhere up there, people are preparing crystal glasses for tomorrow's luncheon. Below, villagers disappear into wagons. The contrast offends you. You turn to Leo. Do you know the old mines? His expression changes. Everyone does. Entrances. Most are sealed. Most. He looks at his mother. She looks frightened now, for a different reason. Leo. He ignores her. There's an old drainage cut above the eastern vineyard. Children used to dare each other to go inside. How far? Not far, it collapsed. When? Years ago, before Mar started taking debtors. He thinks, yes. You glance at Elara. She sees it. A sealed mine complex. Missing debtors. Cargo routes converging below the estate. Too many coincidences make very poor coincidences. Leo says there's another way. His mother grips his arm. Don't. He lowers his voice. Old Shepherd's Path. Above the olive terraces. Where does it lead? Mine ventilation shafts. My grandfather worked underground when he was young. Now you are listening carefully. He said some shafts were never sealed because they opened too high in the cliffs. Can you find them? One. His mother says, absolutely not. You agree. She's right. Leo looks surprised. So you'll take me? No. You just asked. I asked if you could find them. You answered. Congratulations. I know the path, and you are currently being hunted by people with a labor wagon. Then I have reason to help. You have reason to leave town. His jaw sets. You recognize the expression. You have worn versions of it while older. Smarter people gave excellent advice. You immediately ignored. Very inconvenient. Elara steps in. What does the shaft look like? Leo answers her. Above a split cypress, there's a stone shepherd's shelter. Behind it, the cliff has 3 cracks. The middle one goes down. How steep? Very. Rope. Needed. You nod. Enough. You take out a small purse. Leo looks offended before you even open it. I don't want money. Excellent. This is for the innkeeper. What? You hand the purse to his mother. 2 rooms, food. If anyone asks, Leo left before sunset. She stares at the coins. This is too much. Then drink better wine. Elara touches your elbow. You glance at her. She says, we should go inside before the entire valley learns Lucian Marnell fights. burglar. Lucian doesn't exist until morning. Again, not how that works. You look at Leo. Do not go home tonight. He starts to object. You point toward the wagon road. People who use forged debt papers are rarely sentimental about procedure after embarrassment. That gets through. His mother closes her fingers around the purse. Thank you. You nod once. Then you and Alara return to the Green Heron. The moment the inn door shuts behind you, the owner says, "Back room." You stop. He is a compact man with thick white hair and a green apron. You have not yet learned his name. He points toward a door beside the kitchen. Both of you glance at Alara. Have we been adopted? The innkeeper says, "Move." You obey, mostly because he sounds like someone with food. The back room is warm from the kitchen ovens. Copper pans hang from ceiling hooks. Bundles of rosemary, sage, and thyme dry along one wall. A long wooden table is covered in flour. The innkeeper shuts the door. My name is Tomas. Pleasure. No, it isn't. You like him immediately. Tomas looks at Alara. You brought trouble. She points at you. I found trouble here. Fair. He turns to you. You fought Mar guards in my square. They started it. Are you 12? Rarely. Tomas rubs both hands over his face. Then he opens a cupboard and takes out a bottle of plum brandy. He pours 3 glasses. This conversation improves rapidly. You need to understand something, he says. Those wagons don't only collect debtors. We suspected. Tomas drinks. Mar has been buying every struggling farm in the valley. People borrow after a bad harvest. Mar's lenders offer generous terms. Then fees appear. Alara asks, and the labor clauses. Half the farmers can't read legal script. Are the agreements forged? Sometimes. Sometimes people sign something they don't understand. And people disappear. Tomas looks toward the kitchen door. My nephew did. When? 8 months ago. What debt? None. The room goes still. You set down your glass. What happened? He worked at Maravine Stables. Saw something on the eastern road after midnight. Came home frightened. Wouldn't say what. Then, 3 days later, men accused him of stealing a horse. Did he? No. Taken where? Estate guards collected him. Name? Jarrow Pill. You remember the list from Warehouse 7. Not there. Alara asks softly, have you heard from him? Tomas shakes his head. You look at the old man's hands. They are steady until this moment. Now one thumb rubs repeatedly across the edge of his glass. What did Jarrow see, you ask? He said wagons were going under the hill, under Maravine. He wouldn't explain. Did he mention a black crown? Tomas looks up. There it is. Where did you hear that? You take out the map. He sees the mark and steps back from the table. That was on the wagon. Which wagon? The one Jarrow saw. Alara leans forward. Are you certain? I saw him draw it the night before they took him. Tomas goes to a shelf, moves 2 flower jars, and removes a small folded scrap of paper from behind them. He opens it. The drawing is crude. A black crown. Underneath, a few words. East Road. Lower Gate. Bells after midnight. You read the final line again. Bells. Tomas nods. Some nights you can hear them. From the estate. From underground. That is new. Elara looks at you. You look toward the ceiling, as if the answer might be written there. Mine warning bells, she asks. Tomas says, the old miners used bells underground. Signals between levels. Flooded mines don't ring bells. No, you fold Jarrow's note. May I borrow this? Tomas hesitates, only a moment. Bring it back. You place it inside your coat. I will. He looks directly at you. You say that easily. I return important things. Elara makes a small sound. You glance at her. What? She says, Captain Voss's boat. Returned. After 3 years. Still counts. Tomas does not laugh. You're going into the mines. Possibly. No. Everyone seems very fond of that word around you. Tomas continues. People have tried. Recently, 2 hunters went looking for a missing cousin last winter. One came back. And he won't speak about what he saw. Where is he? Farm above the chapel. His name is Merrick. You stand. Elara catches your wrist. Tomorrow, you look at her. We have enough for tonight. It is not yet late. You have slept perhaps 2 hours since yesterday morning. 3. You nearly fell asleep on the riverboat. I was thinking horizontally. You were snoring. You look at Tomas. He studies the table. Coward. Elara steps closer. If we go wandering through the valley tonight, Mar hears about it. We have legitimate access to the estate tomorrow. You sound like Dorian. Good. One person in this situation should. You consider arguing. Then the smell from the kitchen changes. Butter, garlic, roasted chicken. Your stomach betrays every principle you have ever held. You look toward the door. Tomas says, dinner. You sit back down. Tomorrow is excellent. Elara smiles. Remarkable. Dinner is served in a small courtyard behind the inn. By then the square has returned mostly to normal. Tomas deliberately seats you away from the street. There is roasted chicken with lemon and herbs, potatoes crisped in duck fat, white beans with tomatoes, dark bread, local goat cheese, and a bottle of Valley Red that Elara declares surprisingly respectable. You eat enough for 3 fugitives. Afterward, neither of you immediately leaves the table. The courtyard is quiet. Lavender grows around the walls. A fountain murmurs beneath a fig tree. Lanterns hang on cords overhead. You tilt your chair onto 2 legs. Elara watches. You'll fall. Maybe. You won't. Probably not. That's somehow more irritating. You sip wine. From somewhere beyond the inn comes the sound of village music. A slower tune now, dancing music. You hear footsteps in the alley, then laughter. The evening should feel temporary. Most evenings do. You arrive, meet someone, drink something, solve a problem, leave before routine can form around you. Yet, for the first time in a while, you find yourself reluctant to stand. Alara removes one glove and rests her hand around the stem of her glass. You defended Leo before knowing the details. I saw the restraints. That was enough. Usually, you could have been wrong. Then I would have apologized beautifully. She smiles. I'm serious. So am I. You let the chair settle onto 4 legs. If I can't tell, I investigate. If I can tell, I don't pretend uncertainty makes me wiser. Alara considers that. You really do have rules. Several. Name another. Never gamble against someone who smiles after losing 3 hands. Useful. Never trust a chandelier hung from a single rope. Specific. Never order oysters more than a day's ride from salt water. Wise. Never rob someone poorer than you. She pauses. You're often poor. Exactly. Excellent protection for the public. She laughs. You watch the lantern light move across her face. Dangerous habit. Not the watching, the lingering. She seems to notice. So, she says, what is the rule about sleeping with traveling companions? You take a slow sip of wine. Extensive appendix. Naturally, case by case. Very bureaucratic. I contain multitudes. You're avoiding the question. Am I? She holds your gaze. There is no confusion between you. No grand promise hiding behind it. No expectation of permanence. Just attraction, sharpened by danger. And 2 strange days spent breaking rules together. You lean forward. So are you. Alara smiles. Perhaps. A bell sounds in the distance. 1 clear note. You turn your head. Another follows. Faint. Deep. Then a 3rd. Not from the village chapel. Lower. Farther away. Almost beneath the ground. The flirtation does not vanish. It simply waits. You stand. Alara does too. Across the valley, Maravine glitters against the dark hillside. You count. 4 bells. Pause. 2. Pause. 4. Tomas appears in the courtyard doorway. His face has gone pale. That's them. You look toward the ridge. Every night. No. Pattern always the same. I don't know. You listen. 3 more bells. Then silence. Alara says, signals. Probably. To whom? You look at Jarrow's note through the fabric of your coat. East Road. Lower gate. Bells after midnight. Except it is not midnight. Not yet. You check the moon's position. Perhaps an hour away. Something has changed. Then horses thunder through the square. You cross the courtyard in seconds. and climb the low wall rather than use the door. Alara follows by the door, which is apparently important to her moral framework. From the alley mouth, you see 3 black carriages heading uphill toward Maravine. No family crests, curtains closed. Each carriage bears a small mark painted beside the rear axle. Black crown. You watch until they vanish around the vineyard road. Tomas joins you. Never seen those before. You believe him. Alara says guests. Not arriving through the village gate, you say. You look toward the hill. Your body is tired. Your muscles still ache from Vera. A sensible person would sleep. A slightly less sensible person would at least wait for daylight. The road where the carriages disappeared seems to glow in your imagination. New information, new movement, possibility. You can feel your old instinct pulling. Go now. Climb the wall. Follow the lights. Find the lower gate. Then another thought arrives. Tomorrow you have an invitation. Clean clothes. A legitimate entrance. Access to people who might answer questions without requiring you to hang from masonry in the dark. You hate how persuasive this is. Alara studies your face. You're thinking about following them. Briefly, and you sigh. I'm going to bed. Her eyebrows rise. Tomas looks genuinely impressed. You point at both of them. Don't make this unpleasant. Alara's smile grows. I didn't say anything. Your face, apparently it says plenty. You recognize your own words and narrow your eyes. She looks delighted. You turn toward the inn, then stop. Across the square, someone stands beneath the chapel arcade, watching you. A tall figure in a dark coat. You cannot see the face. The moment you notice, the figure steps backward into shadow. You move immediately. Alara says your name, or rather, the closest thing she has to one tonight. But you are already crossing the square. You reach the arcade. Empty. One passage leads behind the chapel. You take it. Footsteps ahead. You accelerate. The figure turns the corner. You follow. Laundry lines. Stone walls. A narrow lane. You catch a glimpse of dark cloth passing beneath an arch. Then you emerge onto the river path. No one. The path runs both directions, beneath trees. Water shines under the moon. You crouch. Mud, fresh boot print, deep heel, distinctive triangular nail at the center. Royal Road Guard issue. You straighten slowly. Dorian. Possible, except Dorian would have walked into the inn and insulted your decision-making openly. He has the temperament for it. You scan the river path. Nothing. Then you notice something resting on the low stone wall. A playing card. You approach. Queen of Knives. One of the old Varencourt decks. A black crown has been drawn across the face in ink. On the back, 4 words. Geo, home while you can. You read them. Then you laugh. Alara arrives behind you, slightly out of breath. What? You hand her the card. She reads it. Her expression darkens. This isn't funny. No. Then why are you laughing? You turn the queen between your fingers. Because someone has made a serious mistake. They know enough to identify you as a card player, enough to know where you are staying, enough to watch you, and they have decided the best way to remove you is a mysterious threat delivered under moonlight. You look toward Maravine. The last of the black carriages is disappearing through a gate high among the vines. Your exhaustion has not vanished. Neither has the strange new appreciation for dinner, quiet courtyards, and beds that remain in one place. But joy has many dialects. Tonight it speaks one you know very well. You tuck the card into your pocket because, you say, they've made themselves even more interesting. Elara looks at you for a moment. Then she takes your arm and begins walking you back toward the inn. You allow this for approximately 6 steps. Are you escorting me? I'm preventing you from climbing that hill. I already agreed to sleep. You agreed before receiving a threatening playing card. True, your principles become extremely flexible around threatening stationery. You glance down at her hand, looped through your arm. I might behave better if you continue, physically restraining me. She releases you immediately. You look offended, heartless. You are sleeping. Eventually, now, very commanding. Someone has to be. The square has emptied by the time you return to the Green Heron. Tomas is waiting inside with his arms folded. He looks at the card, then at you, then at Elara. What happened? Anonymous admirer. Elara hands him the card. Tomas reads the message. His mouth tightens. You should leave. You smile. Apparently, that's the popular opinion. I mean it. So did they. That doesn't concern you. Deeply. It doesn't look like it. You take the card back. Concern and obedience are different things. Tomas stares. You add, unfortunately. He mutters something that sounds devotional, but probably isn't. Elara points toward the stairs. Bed. You place a hand over your chest. In front of Tomas. Your room. Less exciting. She gives you a push between the shoulder blades. You finally go. The bed is even better than it looked earlier. You remove your boots. You place 2 knives beneath the pillow, one beside the bed, and another inside the folded shirt on the chair. Then you stare at the ceiling. Your body is exhausted. Your mind is not. Black crown, mine bells, dead wagons, Calder Rusk, the anonymous watcher wearing a road guard boot, Jarrow Pell, the carriages entering Maravine after dark. You take the Queen of Knives from your pocket. The ink is fresh. The card itself is old. The edges are softened by use. You hold it beneath the lamp. There, a faint discoloration along one corner. Green, not paint. Card table felt. Expensive establishments use dyed wool felt because cheap cloth catches the edges of cards. You bring the card closer. tobacco, bergamot, wax, something floral underneath. Not enough. You turn the card over again. Geo, home while you can. The handwriting is controlled. Educated. Right-handed. No tremor. Whoever wrote it was not frightened. Perhaps they genuinely want you gone, rather than dead. That distinction matters. You tuck the card onto the bedside table. Then there is a knock. You reach for the knife. Yes. Ilara opens the door. You look at her. She looks at the knife. Do you answer every door armed? Sometimes I'm naked too. She remains in the doorway. Are you? Wouldn't you like to know? You're wearing trousers. You glance down. Sharp eyes. She steps inside, carrying a tray. Tea. 2 cups. Something wrapped in cloth. You sit up. Is that food? You're impossible. You say it affectionately now. I brought bread because you claimed you were hungry on the stairs. I claim many true things. She sets the tray down. You unwrap the cloth. Honey cake. You look at her with considerably more respect. Where did you get this? Tomas, you are both forgiven. For what? Nothing specific. She sits on the edge of the chair. You pour tea. For several minutes, the investigation is abandoned in favor of honey cake. You are beginning to suspect civilization may have underestimated this strategy. Ilara picks up the Queen of Knives from the table. You were studying it. Yes, anything. Possibly someone accustomed to expensive card rooms. Why? You explain the felt. She looks impressed. You pretend not to notice how pleasing that is. Bergamot tobacco, you add. Common among wealthy men. And wealthy women. Less common. Still, she turns the card under the lamp. House Mar keeps a card salon. At the estate. Yes. Now your attention sharpens. During Founders Week. Every night, high-stakes tables. You smile. Ilara notices. No, we haven't even discussed it. You intend to gamble. For justice, you cannot possibly say that with a straight face. You do. She laughs. Tomorrow afternoon, she says, we enter through the front gates. We attend luncheon. We observe. We do not steal anything until we know what matters. You take a bite of cake. Reasonable. That word sounds dangerous when you say it. I mean it. Good. You sip tea. She watches you. What? Nothing. You are very poor at pretending nothing. Her eyes lower toward your shoulder, where the shirt is still torn from the warehouse fight. You should have that looked at. It's a scratch. It's bruised. I've had worse. That doesn't improve this one. She stands and reaches for your shirt. You raise an eyebrow. She pauses. Don't. I haven't said anything. Your face. You've become sensitive to facial commentary. She pulls the fabric aside enough to inspect the bruise. Her fingers are cool. The contact is light, ordinary, somehow more intimate than half the flirting you've done all day. You remain still. The bruise is dark but shallow. Nothing damaged. Alara presses carefully along the edge. You wince. She looks up. A scratch. An expressive scratch. You're lucky. Frequently. That isn't luck. What isn't? She lets the fabric fall. The way you move. You calculate constantly. You smile faintly. Don't ruin the mystery. You want people to think you're improvising. I am improvising while counting exits, naturally, and windows, good ones, and who is carrying which weapon. You lift your cup. Now you're making me sound responsible. Terrifying, isn't it? You lean back. Don't tell anyone. She smiles. Then neither of you speaks. The lamp burns low. Wind moves softly through the balcony curtains. This could become something. You both know it. It doesn't need to become more than tonight. You reach out. Alara takes your hand. She steps closer. The kiss is unhurried, warmer than the night air. She tastes faintly of tea and honey. Your hand settles lightly at her waist. Hers touches the side of your neck. No urgency, no promises, just the pleasant recognition that two people who enjoy one another have found a quiet room after several inconvenient attempts by armed men to interrupt the process. When she pulls back, she is smiling. Now you're sleeping. You look wounded. Immediately after that. Especially after that. Cruel. You need rest. You glance toward the bed, then back at her. You're welcome to supervise. She laughs and kisses you once more. Shorter this time. Tomorrow. Ambiguous. Good. Then she leaves. You lock the door. For once, you actually sleep. You wake late enough that sunlight already fills the room. This is horrifying. You sit up. For half a second, you think something has gone terribly wrong. Then you hear village bells ringing 9. 9. You haven't slept until 9 in years, unless poisoned, concussed, or extremely well entertained. You check the room. Knives untouched. Window still latched. Card on the table. No assassins. You lie back down. This is almost pleasant. Then someone knocks. Alive, Ilara calls. You close your eyes. Debatable. Carriage leaves in an hour. You sit up immediately. That changes everything. Preparation for infiltration has several essential stages. Bathing, shaving, checking weapons, reviewing exits, selecting clothes. The final stage requires the most discipline. Yesterday's charcoal traveling clothes will not do. You unpack the one formal outfit that survived Vera because it had been left behind during the masquerade. Deep midnight blue coat, silver gray waistcoat, black trousers, soft boots, white shirt, a narrow silk scarf worn at the throat instead of a cravat. You add 3 rings. Remove 1. Add it again. Retirement may someday claim you. Restraint will not. By the time you reach the dining room, Alara is waiting beside the windows. She looks up, then pauses. That pause is satisfying. Today she wears pale gold beneath a dark green riding coat. Understated enough for a vineyard luncheon, but elegant enough that every other person in the room seems to have dressed incorrectly by comparison. You stop at the bottom of the stairs. Well, she looks you over. Lucian Marnell has improved. He dresses under pressure. You own that. Obviously, I assumed all your money went toward knives and pastries. You insult me. Tomas appears with coffee. He looks between you. Are you two finished admiring yourselves? No, you say. Yes, Alara says. Tomas sets down the coffee. I regret asking. Breakfast is brief. You review the essentials. House Marr consists presently of Lady Myron Marr, widow of the previous family head, and her 2 adult sons. The elder, Adrian Marr, manages most of the family's banking and shipping interests. The younger, Severin, oversees the vineyards and estate. Neither has any public connection to criminal activity. Calder Rusk officially reports to Adrian. Neither the Black Crown roots nor the debt wagons appear in ordinary Marr business records available to House Venn. You tuck the queen card into an inner pocket. Alara notices, bringing your threat. Conversation piece. The carriage arrives. The road to Maravine winds upward through vineyards. The higher you climb, the more beautiful the valley becomes. Rows of vines curve along hillsides. Workers move between them, carrying wicker baskets. Olive groves shimmer silver beneath the breeze. Bees hum over lavender, planted between terraces. Below, St. Oral shrinks around its little square and river. You find yourself watching the vineyard workers instead of the landscape. Most appear ordinary. Some laugh, some talk. No visible guards. Nothing overtly sinister. That matters too. Cruel systems rarely require every person inside them to be cruel. Usually, they require enough people to keep doing their jobs. Maravine's gates stand open for Founders Week. Silver crown banners move above pale walls. Carriages queue beneath tall cypress trees. Servants collect invitations. You hand yours over. The steward checks it. Mr. Lucian Marnell. You smile. The name has survived 1 full day. Remarkable. Welcome to Maravine. The carriage passes through. The estate reveals itself gradually. First formal gardens, then a reflecting pool lined with white roses, then the main house, built around an older stone fortress, whose square central tower still bears marks where arrow slits once overlooked the valley. You step down into a courtyard filled with guests. Music plays beneath a vine-covered arcade. Waiters carry trays of sparkling wine. A fountain pours water over carved marble horses. Everything smells of jasmine, citrus, and warm stone. You take a glass from a passing tray. Alara looks at you. Observation first. I am observing the wine. You know what I mean. You move through the crowd. Names arrive. Bankers, judges, wine merchants, a provincial minister, 2 foreign trade representatives, a silk importer you once cheated at cards in another city. You turn away before he notices. Alara catches it. Friend, victim of arithmetic. Then Lady Mar approaches. She is perhaps 60, though age sits lightly on her. Her hair is silver white and cut shorter than fashion prefers. Her gown is dark plum. She wears almost no jewelry except the Mar signet ring. Her eyes are sharp, very sharp. She embraces Alara politely. My dear, I thought your father had abandoned us completely, only temporarily. Myron turns toward you, and this must be Mr. Marnell. You bow. Regrettably, Alara closes her eyes for half a second. Myron's mouth twitches. I've heard the Marnell family is in tea. One branch. Which branch are you? The disappointing one. That earns an actual laugh. Good. You like her. This is inconvenient. Myron takes your arm. Then you must sit beside me at luncheon. I find disappointing relations much more entertaining than successful ones. Alara gives you a look over Myron's shoulder. You smile back. As you cross the courtyard, you scan everything. Guards at 2 archways, 1 rooftop patrol, servant passages behind the dining terrace, a stair descending toward the wine cellars, 3 side doors, 1 old tower entrance, and there, near the far fountain, a man speaking with Adrian Mar. Calder Rusk. You know immediately, not because you have seen him before, because everyone near him behaves fractionally differently. He is in his 40s, leaned, immaculately dressed in gray, dark hair beginning to silver at the temples, no visible weapon. He stands with the relaxed posture of someone who expects every room to eventually tell him what he needs. Adrian says something. Rusk looks toward the arrivals. His eyes find you. Just once. No surprise. No confusion. Recognition. Then he looks away. You continue walking as though nothing happened. Inside, your attention becomes very quiet. He knows you, or knows of you. At luncheon, Myron seats you exactly where promised. A shaded terrace overlooks the valley. Long tables are covered in white cloth, crystal glasses, bowls of lemons, flowers, bread, cheeses, roasted vegetables, cold river trout, herbs, and enough cutlery to arm a small village. Alara sits 3 places away, beside Severin Mar. Adrian sits across from you. Rusk is farther down the table. You make conversation. This is part of the work. You discuss tea with terrifying confidence, considering almost everything you know came from breakfast labels. You claim Marnell interests have been evaluating river insurance. This causes a shipping banker to spend 15 minutes explaining premiums to you. You listen, actually listen. Occasionally, crime becomes educational. Lady Myron asks where you grew up. you say, mostly elsewhere. She laughs. You are evasive. Habit. Professional. Only socially. Across the table, Adrian Marr watches you. He is handsome in a careful way. Well-groomed. Pleasant voice. The kind of man who learned early that softness makes power less visible. What brings you to St. Oral? He asks. Your wind. Only the wind. You glance toward Ilara. Not only. Severin catches that glance. He smiles. Ilara pretends not to. Adrian says, I hear you were in Vera recently. There, you butter your bread. Briefly, at Magistrate Vale's masquerade. Myron looks interested. Ilara goes very still. You look at Adrian. Was I? He smiles. Someone matching your description caused quite a disturbance. My description, well-dressed, insolent, difficult to arrest. You consider, broad category. Myron laughs again. Adrian doesn't. Vale's house was robbed. So I heard. Important documents were taken. Careless. Rusk has stopped eating. You can feel it without looking. Adrian says, the thief escaped through a window. You sip wine. Windows are underrated. Ilara's foot touches yours beneath the table. Warning or encouragement. With Ilara, sometimes both. Myron looks between you and Adrian. Are we interrogating guests now? Adrian's smile returns. Conversation, mother. Then improve it. You like her more. Dangerous. The meal continues. You do not push. Neither does Adrian. Afterward, guests spread through the estate. Some toward the vineyards. Others gather for archery, horses, or wine tasting. You and Ilara drift toward the western gardens. That went well, you say. Adrian knows. Suspect. He practically described you. Many people are well dressed and insolent. No one who knows you believes that. You stop beside a hedge. Rusk recognized me. Ilara's expression changes. You're certain? Yes. From where? Unknown. Do we leave? You look toward the house. No. She expected that. What now? Separate? No. You blink. She folds her arms. You have a tendency to disappear into structurally questionable places. That's unfair. You climbed through a transom. Structurally sound. We stay within sight. That will severely limit criminal creativity. Good. A voice behind you says, Lady Venn. You both turn. Calder Rusk approaches along the garden path. Up close, he is even more ordinary. That is deliberate. No rings. No family insignia. No obvious arrogance. Only watchful gray eyes. He bows. Mr. Marnell. You incline your head. Mr. Rusk. His gaze settles on you. Have we met? You smile. I meet many people. Do you remember them? The interesting ones. And am I interesting? Undecided. Ilara steps slightly closer to you. Rusk notices. Lady Meyer tells me you're considering shipping investment. Apparently, I manage certain acquisitions for House Mar. Perhaps we should speak about ships, about opportunities. You glance toward the estate. What kind? The sort requiring discretion. There it is. You let a beat pass. Then you smile with exactly the wrong amount of interest. My favorite kind. Rusk studies you, perhaps measuring greed, perhaps measuring danger. Tonight, he says, the card salon, after supper. You lift an eyebrow. You recruit investors over cards. I learn more about someone across a table than across a desk. You think of the queen in your pocket. Green felt, bergamot tobacco, the estate's card salon. Interesting. Then I'll try not to disappoint you. Rusk smiles. I don't think you will. He walks away. You wait until he has turned the hedge. Then Alara says quietly, that was not subtle. No, he wants something. Yes, or it's a trap. Very likely. She looks at you. You smile. No. What? Whatever you're about to say. I haven't said it yet. Your face has. You turn toward the house. I need to see the card salon before tonight. How? You look toward an open service door behind the terrace. Alara follows your gaze. No. You start walking. She catches up. If we're discovered in the private wing, our invitation becomes useless. Then we won't be discovered. Your confidence is medically concerning. You pass through the service door, behind a pair of servants carrying flower baskets. Nobody stops you. The corridor beyond smells of wax polish and rosemary. You turn left. Alara whispers, do you know where you're going? No. Wonderful. Card rooms dislike sunlight. That's your logic. Also, rich men dislike walking far after dinner. You reach the central hall. Guests move nearby. You take Alara's hand and lead her through as if you belong. You do. Belonging is mostly pace. Too fast looks nervous. Too slow looks lost. You walk as if someone is waiting for you. At the far staircase, a servant stands beside a velvet rope. You approach. Card salon. Second floor, sir. Opens at 9. Excellent. You continue. Alara waits until you're out of earshot. You simply asked. Revolutionary technique. The second floor is quieter. Portraits line the walls. Mar ancestors stare down, with expressions suggesting nobody has enjoyed themselves here since architecture was invented. You find the salon. Locked. Naturally. Alara checks the corridor. You have 30 seconds. Luxury. You kneel. Excellent lock. You smile. What? Nothing. You smiled at the lock. It deserves appreciation. 22 seconds. Click. You enter. Green felt tables. Dark wood. Heavy curtains. Brass lamps. A sideboard stocked with brandy and tobacco. You cross to the nearest card table. Queen of Knives deck. Same manufacturer as your threat. You pick up the tobacco tin. Bergamot, Alara sees. So it came from here. Almost certainly. You inspect the room. 4 doors. Main entrance. Balcony. Small adjoining office. And 1 paneled door behind the drinks cabinet. The office is open. You check the desk. Guest bedding records. House accounts. Nothing obvious. Alara examines the shelves. Someone's coming. You hear it too. Footsteps. Near. You move toward the balcony. Locked. You open it quickly. Alara whispers, "We cannot climb off another building." We aren't. The door begins to turn. You pull Alara behind the curtain. It barely covers both of you. Her back presses against your chest. You put 1 finger to your lips. She gives you a look that says she understands silence perfectly well and resents the suggestion otherwise. Someone enters. 1 person. The footsteps cross the room. A cabinet opens. Glass. Liquid poured. Then a man's voice says, "You can come out." You and Alara remain still. "Mr. Marnell." You close your eyes briefly. Then you pull the curtain aside. Dorian Hale stands beside the brandy table. Not Calder Rusk. Dorian. He is wearing formal black instead of his road guard coat. You look him over. Slowly, he notices. "This is unexpected," you say. "Don't. That suit is excellent." "I said don't." Alara steps out. "Dorian." He looks at her. "You're both terrible at covert work." You glance at the locked door. We entered silently. You left the lock turned the wrong direction. You look toward it. Annoying. Dorian takes a drink. You point. "Are you working?" "Unfortunately." "Then should you be drinking?" "After seeing you here, yes." Alara asks, "Why are you at Maravine?" Dorian reaches inside his coat. This time, not a warrant. A black playing card. Crown painted on the back. Your amusement disappears. "You got one too." He nods. "What did yours say?" He hands it over. "Stop asking about Sable Ford." Alara looks between both cards. Someone inside Maravine sent them. "Yes," Dorian says. You ask, "Road guard boot last night." "Wasn't me." So someone has access to guard equipment. Or used to. You think. Could be one of your people. Dorian's jaw tightens. I know. That possibility troubles him more than anything else. Alara says, "Rusk invited us here tonight." Dorian looks sharply at you. "Why?" Thinks I'm interested in discreet investments. "Are you?" "Deeply." Dorian ignores that. "I've been investigating him for 4 months. And nothing. 4 months. He's careful." You smile faintly. Everyone is careful until they meet the right kind of inconvenience. Dorian looks at you. You are not going into whatever meeting he offers alone. Alara says, "Agreed." You look between them. This feels coordinated. "It is," Alara says. Dorian nods. You fold your arms. You've known each other less than 2 days. Ilara smiles. We share an interest, which is keeping you alive. You consider admirable. Dorian points toward the hidden paneled door. I found that yesterday. You've been inside. No triple lock, alarm wire. You turn toward it. Now you are interested. Dorian sees the expression. No, Ilara says, absolutely not. You approach anyway. The panel resembles part of the wall. Up close, a narrow seam reveals the door. 3 keyholes. You kneel. Dorian says, I knew this would happen. You inspect the mechanism. Not merely good. Exceptional. Old craftsmanship, reinforced recently. You remove a pick. Ilara crouches beside you. Can you open it? Yes, Dorian says. You haven't even tried. You smile. I like confidence. You inspect the upper hinge. There, thin copper wire, disappearing into the wall. Alarm. You trace it toward a molding strip. Bell circuit, perhaps. You remove a pin from your sleeve. Dorian watches. How long? Unknown. That's reassuring. You work carefully. This is different from warehouse locks. Different from Vale's cabinet. Whoever built this expected professionals. Every movement requires thought. You bypass the first tumbler, then the second. The third resists. You stop. Something is wrong. You remove the pick. What? Ilara whispers. False turn. Dorian leans closer. Meaning, if I rotate it fully, something triggers. Alarm. Possibly what else? You glance at him. Don't know. He does not like that. You insert a thinner tool. Feel along the interior. There, a secondary latch. You lift, turn, click. The door releases. No bell, no blade, no explosion. You look at Dorian. Disappointing. He does not dignify that. You open the panel. Behind it, a narrow stone staircase descends. Cold air rises from below. Not cellar air. Damp. Mineral. Old. You smell underground water. Ilara looks at you. The mines. Maybe. You hold up one hand. Listen. Far below, faintly. Metal. Movement. Then a bell rings. One clear note. Under the house. Dorian's expression changes. You look down into the darkness. For the first time since entering Maravine, nobody makes a joke. The 3 of you stand in the card salon, while afternoon sunlight glows warmly around the curtains. And beneath your feet, something old, organized, and hidden continues working. Dorian closes the panel most of the way. Tonight, he says. You glance at him. We can't go now. The house is full of staff. If someone notices this room disturbed, we lose access. You hate how correct he is. Ilara says, Rusk expects us at the card table. You look down the stairwell one last time. Your instincts want movement. Immediate answers. A descent. A lock opened because it exists. But another instinct has begun developing lately. Patience. You are not sure you like it. Still, you close the hidden door. The lock settles back into place. Dorian looks relieved. Good. You point at him. Do not make a habit of that tone. Of being right. Especially that. He smiles. Actually smiles this time. It changes his whole face. You stare for half a second too long. Dorian notices. Alara notices you noticing. Then she looks at Dorian, then back at you. An expression of dangerous amusement appears. You immediately recognize future problems forming. Dorian says, "What?" Nothing, Alara replies. Her voice is entirely too innocent. You point toward the corridor. We should leave before she develops ideas. I already have ideas. Terrifying. Dorian opens the main door a crack and checks the hallway. Clear. You slip out one at a time. At the stairs, he goes left. You and Alara go right. Neither of you looks back until he disappears. Then Alara says, "Handsome." You continue walking. Objectively, and he likes you. Obviously, he threatened to arrest you yesterday. People express affection differently. You're unbearable. You brought it up. She smiles. For the next several hours, you behave. Mostly, you tour vineyards. You drink wine. You speak with guests. You learn that Adrian Marr handles financial affairs, while Severin appears largely absorbed in agriculture and the estate's vineyards. You learn that Lady Meyer dislikes Calder Rusk, not openly, but when his name arises, her fingers tighten around her glass. You also learn that several estate servants avoid the eastern wing after dark, and that the oldest section of Maravine contains a private lift, once used to move wine barrels from underground cellars. Nobody uses it now. Supposedly, by sunset, Founder's Week transforms. Lanterns appear across the gardens. Musicians fill the courtyards. Guests change into evening clothes. Dinner is served beneath the old tower, while the valley darkens beneath a sky streaked violet and gold. You sit beside Alara. Dorian is nowhere visible. Rusk sits across the courtyard, speaking with Adrian. The air smells of roasted lamb, rosemary, wood smoke, and wine. For several minutes, you forget to investigate anything. A musician plays a slow string melody. Candles flicker between glasses. Alara leans slightly against your shoulder. You let her. No danger presses close enough to matter. No one asks you for anything. Around the table, people talk about weather, harvests, gossip, horses, ordinary things. You find yourself enjoying it. Again, this is becoming suspicious. Alara notices you staring toward the valley. What? Nothing. Thinking. Possibly. She takes your wine. About. You look at the lights of St. Oral below. Tiny from here. Warmed. Familiar after only one day. Breakfast. She laughs softly. You are obsessed. Not food. She waits. You struggle to explain. The morning after Vale. On the river. No, before all this, you realize you are talking about something that hasn't happened yet. A feeling, a possibility. You shake your head. Never mind. Alara does not push. Instead, she returns your wine. At 9, the card salon opens. Rusk is already waiting. 4 tables have been arranged. High stakes, beautiful decks, green felt, exactly as expected. You enter with Alara. Rusk gestures toward a seat. Mr. Marnell. You sit. Alara takes the chair beside you. Across the table sits Adrian Marr, and beside him, to your surprise, Dorian Hale. Rusk says, Captain Hale has joined us. You look at Dorian. He looks at you. Professional strangers. Very well. You smile. Captain, Mr. Marnell. Alara takes her seat. Rusk deals. The first hands are ordinary. Cards, money, conversation. You lose deliberately. Not obviously. Just enough. Rusk watches. Adrian wins. Dorian folds early. Alara plays aggressively and takes a hand from Adrian with a bluff. So elegant, you nearly applaud. An hour passes. Wine appears. Money moves. The stakes rise. You begin winning. Slowly, Rusk says, I thought you said your family dealt in shipping. Indirectly. What do you deal indirectly? You look at your cards. Opportunities. He smiles. Such as anything profitable enough to justify inconvenience. Across from you, Dorian looks bored. You know better. Rusk places another bet. Some investments require flexibility. So do trousers. Alara kicks you beneath the table. You continue as though nothing happened. Adrian hides a smile. Rusk does not. Suppose, he says, a labor shortage created an unusual opportunity. There, you raise. Labor is expensive. Not always. Dorian's hand rests beside his cards. Still, too still, you say. Depends whether people are free to negotiate. Rusk looks directly at you. Freedom is often a matter of contract. Your smile remains. Inside, something hardens. You have heard enough, but proof matters. You fold the hand. Contracts can be very creative. Indeed. Rusk leans back. Perhaps tomorrow I can show you one of our operations. Alara takes a slow drink. Dorian looks at his cards. Adrian says nothing. You ask where. Rusk smiles. Under the vineyard. The room seems very quiet. He knows you know. Perhaps he knows exactly how much. You smile back. That sounds interesting. I thought you might think so. The bell beneath the house rings once. Nobody at the table reacts. Except you. Except Alara. Except Dorian. And very faintly, Lady Myron Marr, standing in the doorway behind Rusk. Her face has gone white. She turns away before anyone else sees. You do, and suddenly the shape of Maravine becomes much less simple than one corrupt family hiding beneath one beautiful house. Lady Myron disappears from the doorway. You see it. Alara sees you see it. Dorian probably notices both. Calder Rusk calmly gathers the cards. Another hand. You look at him. Absolutely. If he expected you to become nervous after mentioning the underground operation, he is disappointed. You place another stack of coins on the felt. Adrian Marr studies you from across the table. Until now, you have been uncertain where he fits. That uncertainty remains. He knows Vale was robbed. He knows enough about Vera to recognize your description. He sits comfortably beside Rusk, while Rusk discusses cheap labor. Yet during the entire exchange about contracts, Adrian has barely touched his wine. People display discomfort in different ways. Some fidget, some look away. Adrian becomes still. You have learned to notice stillness. Rusk deals. You receive a king, a 9, and 3 cards too mediocre to inspire loyalty. You keep them anyway. Alara asks Adrian about the southern vineyards. Adrian answers. Dorian bets. You raise. Rusk watches you. Bold. I've been called worse. Frequently, I imagine. With feeling, he raises again. You call. The conversation moves elsewhere, but the invitation remains between you. Tomorrow, under the vineyard, Rusk wants you there. That means one of 2 things. He believes you might genuinely be useful, or he intends to make sure you never leave. Both possibilities are flattering. You lose the hand, this time unintentionally. Dorian takes the pot. You stare at him. He gathers the coins. Problem. Enjoy it. I intend to. Alara hides a smile behind her glass. You play for another 40 minutes. Long enough that leaving does not look suspicious. Then you yawn. Rusk notices. Already tired. Some of us lead exhausting fictional lives. Adrian raises an eyebrow. Fictional. You sip your wine. Shipping insurance. Alara says quickly. Lucian has been complaining about the dullness of business all evening. Adrian looks at you. You look back. For one dangerous second, amusement moves between you. He knows something. Perhaps not everything. Enough. Rusk says, tomorrow at 10. Where? I'll have someone meet you near the eastern wine cellars. You incline your head, looking forward to it. I believe you are. You stand. Alara rises with you. Dorian remains at the table. Good. If all 3 of you leave together, even Rusk may begin to suspect that the mysterious strangers who keep appearing around his secrets are coordinating. You and Alara return to the corridor. Neither of you speaks until the salon door closes behind you. Then she whispers, Myron. Yes, she knows. Something. She looked terrified. Also, yes. You think she's involved. You glance toward the staircase. I think terrified people are rarely standing where you expect them. Meaning. Could be guilt, could be fear, Could be both. Alara exhales. You really don't assume. Expensive habit. At the end of the corridor, you slow. A servant is arranging flowers near the gallery. Another walks downstairs carrying linen. No sign of Myron. You turn toward the guest wing. Alara catches your sleeve. You're going after her. Naturally, Rusk is expecting us to leave. So we leave. She looks suspicious. You continue walking. Down the stairs. Across the courtyard. Past the musicians. Through the gardens. Toward the front gates. Alara relaxes by perhaps 10%. Your carriage waits with several others beneath the cypress trees. The driver opens the door. You step inside. Alara follows. The carriage rolls out through Maravine's gates. You wait until the estate walls disappear behind a bend. Then you tap the roof. The driver stops. Alara looks at you. You open the carriage door. No, technically we left. You planned this. Only recently. Where are you going? You look up the hillside. A narrow service road runs back toward Maravine through olive groves. Back. She closes her eyes. I knew it. You may return to the inn. She is out of the carriage before you finish. Absolutely not. You smile. Excellent. You pay the driver enough to compensate for questions. Then you and Alara vanish into the olive trees. The night is warm. Crickets pulse beneath the leaves. Maravine glows above you. Its terraces arranged in layers of lantern light. You avoid the main road. Service paths wind between stone walls. You climb toward the estate through vines and rosemary shrubs. Sometimes walking, sometimes crouching, occasionally stopping to allow guards to pass along the upper lanes. Alara moves better than most aristocrats have any business moving. You mention this. My grandmother believed young women should know how to ride, shoot, climb, swim, negotiate contracts, and escape houses. You look at her. I would have liked your grandmother. She would have adored you for 3 days. What happens on the 4th? She'd throw you out. Perfect. At the outer garden wall, you stop. 12 feet. Pale stone. Iron spikes. Alara looks upward. The front gate was considerably easier. Less romantic. You think trespassing is romantic. Depends who you're trespassing with. She gives you a warning look that fails because she is smiling. You remove a coil of thin cord from beneath your coat. A weighted hook follows. You swing once. Throw. The hook catches the inner stone lip. You test it. Secure. You climb. At the top, you swing one leg over and extend a hand. Alara takes it. For a moment, she is balanced beside you on a narrow wall above a dark rose garden. You know, she whispers, this is the second noble estate I've illegally entered with you in 2 days. You're progressing beautifully. She swings down the other side. You follow. The rose garden is empty. Myron's private rooms occupy the old western tower. You know this because Alara learned it during luncheon. The tower has 3 possible entrances: main stair, balcony, a narrow service stair connecting to the kitchens. You choose the balcony. Alara does not argue this time. That concerns you. You're becoming corrupted. I was already interesting. True, you climb a decorative trellis. Halfway up, one wooden slat cracks. You freeze. Alara whispers below, structurally sound. Emotionally, you shift weight. Continue. The balcony rail appears above. You pull yourself over. Alara follows. The doors stand slightly open. No lock. No guards. That is more suspicious than either. You draw a knife. Alara notices. The humor leaves her face. Inside, Myron's sitting room is dark. Only one lamp burns near the far wall. Lady Myron Mar sits beside it. Waiting, you stop at the threshold. She does not look surprised. You took longer than I expected. You glance at Alara. Alara glances at you. Myron gestures toward 2 chairs. Close the balcony doors. You do. Then you remain standing. Myron looks at the knife in your hand. Do you intend to kill me? No. Reassuring. Do you intend to have us arrested? No. You put the knife away. Also reassuring. Myron studies you. You are not Lucian Marnell. That hurts. I met Lucian Marnell's grandfather. You consider. Tea. She almost smiles. Tea. Alara sits. You take the other chair. Myron pours 3 glasses of brandy. Her hand trembles slightly. Not much. Enough. You heard the bells, you say. Yes. You know what they mean. She looks at the glass. Work shifts. There it is. Alara's voice becomes very quiet. In the mines. Myron nods. How long? 6 years. You feel something in yourself harden. Who works there? Myron closes her eyes. At first, paid laborers. At first, the old silver tunnels were not exhausted. You lean forward. The mines didn't flood. Parts did, not all. Why reopen them secretly? Myron looks toward the window. Silver is not what they found. Alara asks, what did they find? Myron's answer comes after a long silence. Star iron. You know the name. Rare. Not magical, exactly, but close enough that people tell stories. Metal found in ancient impact craters and deep geological seams. Stronger than ordinary steel. Light when properly forged. Resistant to heat. Used for certain surgical tools, royal armor, clockwork components, military springs, and the finest blades in the eastern kingdoms. More valuable than gold. Much more. Under Maravine, you ask. Deep below the old silver level. How much? Enough to change trade across 3 kingdoms. Alara stares. And House Mar hid it. My husband did. You glance at the signet ring on Myron's hand. Why? Taxes, crown claims, mining law, greed. Simple answers are often the ugliest. She continues. At first, Workers were paid extraordinarily well. They signed secrecy agreements. Most were old miners from outside the valley. What changed? Production expanded, and labor became difficult to keep secret. Meyer nods. Workers left. Some talked. Calder suggested debt labor. Alara says, suggested. He called it contract enforcement. Meyer's voice turns bitter. People owing mark-controlled lenders could discharge debts through temporary mine service. Temporary, you repeat. 3 months, then 6, then longer. And people with no debts. Her eyes lower. That came later. You sit back. The room feels smaller. Below the beautiful estate, men and women are being worked through bells in hidden mines. You ask how many. I don't know. Estimate, perhaps 200. Alara inhales. You remain very still, living underground. Some children. No. The answer comes fast. You believe she believes it. Not necessarily that it is true. Who controls the operation? Calder, Adrian. Meyer's silence answers first. Then she says, Adrian knows about the mine and the forced labor. He knows about debt contracts. That's not what I asked. Meyer looks at you sharply. No, I don't believe he understands the extent. Why not tell him? I tried. When? 2 years ago. What happened? She looks toward the door. Calder showed me records. What records? Payments, accounts, letters carrying Adrian's signature. Alara understands first. Forgery. I don't know. You do. Blackmail does not require the documents to be genuine, only believable. Myron continues. Calder made it clear that if the mine were exposed, Adrian would appear to have directed everything. And you, my signature, is on the original reopening order. So Calder owns both of you. Myron says nothing. Severin, he knows nothing. You're certain. Yes, that certainty is dangerous. You file it away. Ilara asks, why are you telling us? Myron looks at her. Because 8 months ago, my stable boy disappeared. Jarrow. You stop. Jarrow Pill. Myron looks at you. How do you know that name? Tomas. Something in her face breaks. Not dramatically. Just enough. I tried to find him. You knew he was taken. I suspected. By Calder. I confronted him. He denied it. Did you search the mine? I can't. Why? Myron looks almost ashamed. Because half the guards answer to Calder. The mine entrances are controlled by his men. The estate accounts are monitored. My correspondence is read. Alara says, you're Lady Mar. I am an old woman with a title built on money Calder knows how to destroy. Her voice is quiet, and I was a coward for too long. You study her. There are people who use remorse as decoration. Myron does not. She looks tired, more than tired, trapped. That does not erase what she allowed. It may explain what she can do next. You ask, why invite founders weak guests? I didn't. Ilara frowns. You host it every year. This year Calder insisted. Why? I don't know. You think of the black carriages. Buyers, investors, government contacts. Star Iron changes the scale of everything. If Rusk is secretly mining enough to influence military production, the operation is not merely criminal. It is political. That explains the careful routes, the disappearances, possibly the road guard corruption. You ask, who arrived in the black carriages last night? Myron's face tightens. I don't know their names. Try representatives. Foreign, I think. For the metal, probably. Rusk is selling Star Iron outside Crown channels. Yes, that is treason in several provinces. Dorian will enjoy the paperwork. You almost smile. Almost. Myron reaches into a drawer. She removes a key. Old iron. Long shaft. Black ribbon tied through the bow. She places it on the table. The service lift beneath the eastern wine cellar. You pick up the key. It still works. Yes. Where does it go? Old level 3. Mine access. A maintenance tunnel joins the new workings. Guards. Usually 2. Ilara says, usually. The bell sequence you heard tonight means a shipment is being prepared. You look at her. What sequence? 424. Surface transfer. The black carriages. How soon? Before dawn. Your fatigue disappears completely. Myron sees it. No. You lift an eyebrow. You cannot go tonight. Why? Because Rusk expects you tomorrow. Exactly. If he discovers you've entered the mine. He won't. Myron looks at Ilara. Ilara looks at you. This time she does not say no. Interesting. You ask, what are they moving? Myron says, Star Iron, perhaps. Or prisoners. She goes pale. That is enough. You stand. Ilara rises too. Myron says, please. You pause. If you expose this carelessly, hundreds of innocent estate workers lose their livelihoods. Farmers with Mar loans could lose everything. Adrian could hang. You look at her. Are you asking me to protect the family? No. Her answer is immediate. I am asking you to know what you're breaking before you break it. That you respect. You slip the key into your coat. I usually do. She studies you. Who are you? You consider giving her another false name. For once, you don't. Someone you should have hired 6 years ago. You leave through the balcony. Dorian is waiting below. You nearly land on him. He steps aside at the last second. I was considering stabbing you, he says. You straighten your coat. Romantic. Ilara descends after you. Dorian looks between you. Myron. Cooperative. How cooperative. You show him the key. His expression changes. Where does that go? Mind. He closes his eyes. No, Ilara says. I knew you'd say that. Dorian looks at her. Don't encourage him. Too late. You begin moving through the garden. Dorian follows. Where are you going? Eastern wine cellar. Tonight. Shipment before dawn. He catches your shoulder. You turn. Listen to me. His voice is low. Rusk may already suspect you. Yes, if this is a trap, then it has excellent wine. I'm serious. You look at his hand on your shoulder. He notices, does not remove it immediately. Alara notices that too. The night's complications continue improving. Finally, Dorian lets go. You say, come with us. He blinks. You almost never ask. Not because you cannot work with others, because other people introduce variables, opinions, timing, emotional responsibility. Dorian knows the guard. Alara knows Maravine. You know Lux. Tonight, for once, 3 people may be better than 1. Dorian seems to understand the significance, even if he cannot know the history behind it. He nods once. Fine. You point at him. Don't become sentimental. Already regretting it. The eastern cellars sit beneath a long stone building behind the main house. At this hour, most guests remain at supper or in the music rooms. You cross through the vineyard terraces, unseen. Dorian leads you around one patrol. Alara knows a servant's entrance. You open the locked cellar door. Useful group. Disturbing. Inside, rows of wine barrels disappear beneath vaulted ceilings. The air is cool, earthy. You can smell oak, dust, grape must, and old stone. Alara lights a small, shuttered lantern. Lift should be behind the reserve cellar. Myron's key opens a second iron door. Beyond it waits a vertical cage lift built into a stone shaft. Old chains, hand brake, counterweight. You inspect it. Safe? Dorian asks. No. He looks at you. You smile. Probably safe. That isn't better. The 3 of you enter. Alara closes the gate. You release the brake. The cage descends. Stone slides upward around you. 1 floor, 2, then lower, far lower. The air becomes colder. Water drips somewhere beneath the walls. The light from Alara's lantern trembles over old mining marks carved into the shaft. At last the lift stops. You open the gate. Level 3. The old mine corridor has been widened and reinforced. New timber braces stand against ancient stone. Iron rails run along the floor. Not abandoned. Not remotely. You hear machinery ahead. Metal wheels. Chains. Voices. A bell. The 3 of you move without speaking. Dorian draws his sword. Alara carries the small knife you gave her at Warehouse 7. You glance at it. She whispers, I kept it. Sentimental. Practical. Less flattering. The passage bends. Light appears. You crouch behind a timber support. Beyond lies a vast underground chamber. The old mine has been transformed. Platforms, crane arms, rail carts, smelting furnaces burning blue-white behind protective screens. Dozens of workers move below. Some wear ordinary mining clothes. Others wear gray uniforms. And around one side of the chamber stands a row of bard holding pens. Your expression changes. Alara's breath catches. Dorian goes rigid. There are far more prisoners than Myron guessed. Men, women, older people, young adults, some in work clothes, some still wearing traveling clothes. Guards patrol the walkways. You count 23 visible, more likely nearby. Then a whistle sounds from the far side of the chamber. Workers begin moving carts toward a loading tunnel. A man steps onto the central platform. Calder Rusk. You stare. He is still wearing the same gray evening suit from the card salon. No rush, no disguise. He looks perfectly at home. Beside him stands Adrian Marr. Alara grips your sleeve. You understand. Adrian knows. At least enough to be here. Rusk says something to him. You cannot hear. Adrian looks toward the holding pens. His face is unreadable from this distance. Then another figure approaches. A guard, tall, dark coat. He walks with a distinctive weight in the right heel. Triangular nail. The watcher from the river path. Dorian recognizes the uniform beneath the coat before you do. Royal Road Guard. His face changes. Lieutenant Corin, he whispers. Friend. Commander. Worse. Corin hands Rusk a packet. Rusk breaks the seal. Dorian's jaw tightens. What? Official transport papers. Now everything connects. Road checkpoints. Missing wagons. Blackwake routes. Someone inside the guard made the network invisible. Alara whispers, we need evidence. You look at the chamber. Plenty. Evidence we can carry. Dorian points toward a glass-fronted office above the main platform. Ledgers. Of course. You almost smile. Then someone below shouts. A prisoner has collapsed near the rail carts. A guard grabs the man by the arm. Another prisoner steps between them. The guard strikes her. Your hand tightens around your knife. Dorian feels it. Don't. You do not move. Not yet. That is growth. Very irritating growth. On the central platform, Adrian turns toward the disturbance. He says something sharply. The guard stops. Adrian descends the stairs. He kneels beside the fallen worker, calls someone over. A medic, perhaps. Rusk watches from above. His expression suggests inconvenience. Interesting. Adrian may be guilty, but perhaps not in the same way. The difference matters. Dorian points toward the office. 10 minutes. You nod. Alara stays here. She looks at you. No, you're best positioned to watch the chamber. I'm coming. Dorian and I can reach the office faster. She understands the practical logic. She hates it. Good. So do you. 10 minutes, you repeat. If you're not back, You smile. Improvisation. She closes her eyes. Dorian whispers, "You're infecting everyone." You and Dorian slip along the side passage. The route climbs behind the machinery. Heat rises from the furnaces. Every few yards, you stop as workers or guards cross below. Dorian moves quietly, not as quietly as you. You glance back once. He sees the judgment. "I wear armor for a living." Excuses. "I could arrest you." Later, you reach the office level. One guard outside. You gesture. Dorian nods. For once, no argument. You step around the corner. The guard turns. You throw a small metal washer down the stairs behind him. It bounces. Clink, clink. The guard looks back. Dorian catches him around the throat and pulls him silently into the shadows. 3 seconds. Efficient. You look impressed. Dorian whispers, "Don't. You didn't even let me compliment you." I know the kind of compliment. The office is locked. You open it. Inside, shelves hold ledgers organized by month. Transport manifests, payroll, purchase orders, debt records, and a second set of books stamped with a black crown. You take 3. Dorian finds official letters. He scans one. His expression darkens. What? Corin's signature. Useful. Enough to hang his career. Only career. Don't tempt me. You search the desk. Hidden drawer. Locked. Naturally. You open it. Inside are correspondence bundles. Foreign seals. Contracts for Star Iron. Buyer schedules. Then one document makes you stop. Blackwake prisoner deliveries. Dates. Names. Amounts. Warehouse 7. Tavenhar. The others. All here. You pocket the ledger. Then you see another name. Jero Pell. Status. Transferred to Deep WRKS. Alive. At least when recorded. You take the page. Dorian sees your face. Who? Tomas's nephew. Then a bell rings. 1, 2, 3 rapid strikes. Not the work bell. Alarm. You and Dorian freeze. Shouting rises below. You reach the office window. Alara is no longer where you left her. Of course she isn't. You see why. A guard patrol entered the side passage early. She moved before they found her. Now she is halfway across an upper catwalk, walking behind 2 mine supervisors, as though she belongs there. Ridiculous woman. You're proud. Then Calder Rusk looks up, directly at the office, at you. Even through the glass, you see him smile. Trap. Dorian says something unprintable. Doors slam below. Guards move toward the stairs. Rusk's voice carries across the chamber. Mr. Marnell. You look at Dorian. Seems Lucians become popular. How many exits? You glance toward the office windows. 1 door. 1 narrow exterior platform. Catwalk to loading cranes. Vertical drop 30 feet. You smile. Dorian follows your gaze. No. Why does everyone say that before the interesting part? Rusk calls again. You wanted to see the operation. You open the office window. Below, guards flood the stairs. Alara reaches the nearest support tower. She sees you. You point toward the loading crane. Her eyes widen, then narrow. She understands. Dorian says, "What are we doing?" You hand him 2 ledgers. Protect those. From what? Gravity. You climb through the window. Dorian grabs your coat. Explain. You point to a suspended ore basket hanging from the crane track. We take that. That is not transportation. Everything is transportation, with enough confidence. The office door shutters as guards hit it from outside. Dorian looks at the ore basket, then at you, then at the drop. I hate you. People say that shortly before. Do not finish that sentence. The door splinters. You jump onto the crane platform. Dorian follows, because his alternatives have become extremely poor. Across the chamber, Alara runs. Guards shout. Workers scatter. Rusk watches from the center platform, as though attending theater. You grab the crane release lever. The ore basket swings toward you. Too fast. You calculate. Maybe badly. The basket passes the platform. You jump. Your hands catch the rim. Your body swings over open air. Dorian swears behind you. You pull yourself inside. The basket continues. Jump. He does. Barely. One hand catches the rim. You grab his wrist. For one moment, the legendary Royal Road Guard captain hangs 30 feet above an illegal mine by your grip. You look down at him. He looks up. You smile. This feels intimate. Pull me up. Very demanding. Now, you haul him in. The basket swings toward the far loading platform. Alara reaches it first. 2 guards follow. She grabs a shovel from a worker. The first guard approaches. She swings. The shovel hits him directly in the chest. He stumbles backward. You stare. She shouts, "Don't say anything." The basket reaches the platform. You and Dorian jump out. The second guard attacks. Dorian intercepts him. Steel rings. You catch Alara's hand. Run. The 3 of you sprint toward the tunnel. Behind, Rusk shouts for the gates to close. An iron barrier begins descending over the loading passage. Too far. You accelerate. Dorian beside you. Alara behind. The barrier drops. 5 feet. 4. 3. You dive. Slide beneath. Dorian follows. Alara reaches it last. Too low. You roll, turn, and grab her arms. She throws herself forward. The gate strikes stone behind her boots. All 3 of you lie on the tunnel floor, breathing hard. Silence for half a second. Then Alara starts laughing. You look at her. What? The basket. Dorian sits up. Do not encourage him. She laughs harder. You begin laughing too. Dorian tries not to. Fails. Behind the gate. Guards hammer at the mechanism. You stand. Charming moment. We should leave. The tunnel ahead slopes into darkness. Not toward the lift. Away from it. You unfold Jarrow's copied mine notation from memory. Deep works. Old ventilation. Shepherd's path. Somewhere ahead. Tunnels may connect to the cliffs above the eastern vineyards. Behind you, Rusk's men begin raising the gate. You light the shuttered lantern. Dorian checks the stolen ledgers beneath his coat. Alara takes your hand briefly as she stands. Then let's go. The three of you turn toward the dark. For once, you are not alone at the edge of the group. And more surprisingly, you do not mind. Behind you, metal grinds against stone. The gate is rising. Slowly, not slowly enough. You lift the lantern. The tunnel ahead is narrow, cut directly through old limestone, with iron tracks disappearing into darkness beneath your boots. Water runs in a shallow channel along one wall. Timber braces lean at angles that inspire very little confidence. Dorian looks back. How far to the ventilation shafts? No idea. You said there was a way out. There probably is. Probably. Alara brushes dust from her sleeve. Leo said the old shafts connect to the shepherd's path. Dorian looks at her. Where is that? Above the eastern vineyards. How far? She looks at you. You look at the tunnel. Forward. Dorian exhales. Excellent map. The gate behind you rises another foot. Boots appear beneath it. You begin running. The tunnel slopes downward first. That seems wrong. You want upward. Naturally, ancient mine engineering has chosen not to consult you. The three of you move through the dark, lantern light bouncing across old rails and wet stone. Behind, voices echo. They went this way. Rusk's guards. You pass an abandoned ore cart, a collapsed side tunnel, a painted number almost erased by mineral stains. 17. Then another junction. 3 passages. You stop. Dorian nearly collides with you. Which? You raise the lantern. Left tunnel descends. Center remains level. Right climbs slightly. Alara points right. Up. Too obvious, you say. Dorian stares. It's a tunnel, not a conspiracy. You crouch. Tracks run left and center. None right. Footprints cover the center passage. The left holds deep cart grooves. The right is dusty. Old. Unused. You smile. Right. Dorian's expression becomes deeply tired. You just argued against your own answer. I was investigating. You were being difficult. Both can be true. You take the right passage. Immediately, the ceiling lowers. Dorian has to duck. Water gives way to dry dust and old cobwebs. The sounds behind you grow faint. Good. Then the tunnel ends. Bad. A rock fall fills the passage from floor to ceiling. Dorian closes his eyes. You inspect it. Alara rests both hands on her hips. Your instincts, still excellent. We are facing several tons of collapsed mountain. Temporary setback. Dorian turns back. Center tunnel. You catch his sleeve. Wait. There is air. Very faint. Cool against your fingertips. You move closer to the rockfall. A gap near the upper left. Not enough for a person. Enough for wind. You climb onto the rubble. Alara says, "Please don't bring the mountain down." I hadn't planned to. That's not reassuring anymore. You find an old timber frame, buried beneath loose stone. Behind it, darkness. The collapse is shallower than it appears. You remove 2 rocks, then 3. Dorian joins you without being asked. Alara takes the lantern and holds it higher. You work quickly. Stone scrapes. Dust fills your nose. Behind you, somewhere in the distance, metal clangs. Rusk's men chose the wrong passage. For now, the opening widens. Dorian braces one shoulder beneath a broken beam. You pull loose another stone. The beam shifts. All 3 of you freeze. Dust sifts from overhead. You look at Dorian. He looks at you. Tell me you know what you're doing. Would it help? No. Then let's preserve honesty. You shift the stone carefully. The beam settles. Nothing collapses. You remove the final obstruction. Beyond lies a narrow crawl space. You push the lantern through. Stone walls. Old timber. A passage continues upward. Alara says, "Ventilation access." Maybe. Dorian mutters that word again. You crawl first. The space is barely wide enough for your shoulders. Dust coats your hands. Your expensive coat begins collecting scratches at an alarming rate. This hurts on several levels. You reach the far side and stand. Alara emerges next. Dorian last. He looks at your coat. Ruined. You brush the sleeve. Recoverable. It has a hole. Character. You complained when someone cut the other one. Growth. Alara laughs. The passage beyond is old enough that roots penetrate the ceiling. Better, nearer the surface. You continue upward. After several minutes, you find old wooden ladders. One is intact. 2 are not. You climb. 20 feet. 30. A square opening appears above. Wooden hatch. Locked from the other side. Of course, you brace yourself against the ladder and reach for your tools. Dorian looks up from below. You're picking a lock while hanging from a ladder. Yes. Is that normal? Fairly. Alara beneath him says, "Do not distract him." You smile. Protective. Focused. The lock is simple. Old. Rusty. You open it. The hatch refuses to move. You push harder. Nothing. Blocked. Dorian says, "Can we break it?" Probably. Quietly. No. Behind you, faint voices. Closer now. They found the passage. You look at the hatch, then at the rusted hinge pins. Those can move. You take a small punch from your lock kit and begin tapping. Once, twice, 3 times. The first pin shifts. Dorian whispers, faster. Thank you. I had considered slower. Alara says, children. You smile despite yourself. The second pin comes loose. You push. The hatch folds inward around the lock side. Earth falls through. Cold night, air pours down the shaft. You climb out. You emerge inside a ruined shepherd's shelter. Leo was right. 3 cracks in the cliff. Split cypress outside. Moonlight beyond. Beautiful. You pull Alara out. Then Dorian. You close the hatch as well as possible and pile broken stones over it. 30 seconds later, all 3 of you are descending the shepherd's path. The valley spreads below. Maravine glows behind and above. Farther down, St. Aurel's lamps gather around the river. The sight should mean escape. Instead, Dorian stops. We can't go back to the Green Heron. Alara knows immediately. Rusk will search it. You look toward the village. Tomas, if Rusk knows who you spoke with, he may already know. That ends the question. You change direction. The shepherd's path winds west before descending toward the village. You cut directly through the vineyards. Rows of vines brush your legs. The moon is bright enough to navigate without lanterns. Dorian says, where? Tomas first, and then Sierra's boat. Alara looks at you. The one in Vera. You stop. Right. Long day. Wrong river. You point toward St. Aurel. Any boat. Dorian says, brilliant. Thank you. You know I didn't mean. I choose my compliments. You reach the village edge 20 minutes later. The Green Heron is dark. Too dark. Tomas always leaves one lamp above the entrance. Tonight there is none. You stop before entering the square. Dorian draws his sword. Alara whispers, do you see anyone? No. A wagon stands beside the fountain. Empty. Black crown painted near the axle. Your humor vanishes. You move. Fast. Dorian grabs for your sleeve and misses. You cross the square. Indoor. Unlocked. You enter. Chairs overturned. One table broken. Bottle smashed across the floor. No blood. Good. Tomas. Nothing. Kitchen. Empty. Back courtyard. Empty. His brandy bottle lies broken beneath the fig tree. Alara finds something near the door. A green apron. You take it from her. No blood. Still good. Dorian searches upstairs. You search the cellar. Nothing. He returns. Gone. You stand in the dining room, holding Tomas's apron. The quiet feels different now. Not restful. Occupied. Someone took him because of you. Perhaps they would have eventually. Perhaps not tonight. The distinction does not comfort you. Alara sees your face. Don't. You look at her. This isn't your fault. You almost make a joke. It does not arrive. Dorian walks toward the broken table. Rusk wants leverage. Then Tomas is alive, Alara says. Dorian nods. For now, you look toward Maravine. No, not Maravine. Below Maravine. Deep works. Jarrow is there. Tomas may be joining him. You take the Black Crown ledger from Dorian. Flip pages. Transport schedules. Assignments. Labor categories. Deep works. Surface barracks. Eastern refinery. There, a notation beside tonight's date. Special transfer. 2 civilians hold lower 4. 2. You look up. Who else? Dorian reads. 2 civilians. Alara's face changes. Leo. You run. The room above the cobbler's shop is empty. Bed overturned. Basket on the floor. No mother. No Leo. Window broken. You stand in the doorway for a long second. 2 civilians. Tomas and Leo. Or Leo and his mother. You return downstairs. A neighbor opens her door a crack. She recognizes you. Her face tightens with fear. They took them. Who? Marmend. How many? 6. Leo and his mother. 3. Then Tomas makes 4. The ledger says 2. Unless the note was written before all of this. Dorian arrives behind you. Any idea where? The neighbor whispers, wagon went east. Alara says, not Maravine. You know, Eastern Road, lower gate, Jarrow's note. The mine has another entrance. You return to the square. No discussion needed. Dorian says, we have evidence now. You turn. He raises both hands slightly. I'm not suggesting we leave them. Good, but we need help. Agreed. That surprises him. You continue. How fast can you get road guard reinforcements? Legitimate ones. Preferably. Closest district post is Sable Ford. Corin's influence. Unknown. Then no. Dorian thinks. Provincial Marshal at Kestrel Bridge. How far? Half a day by horse. Too long. Alara says. What about Founder's weak guests? You both look at her. She continues. Rusk depends on secrecy. Maravine is full of bankers, nobles, merchants, government officials. Dorian understands. Public exposure. Not enough, you say. Rusk has armed men underground. Then we split the problem. Alara takes the ledger. We expose the mine at the estate. Dorian says, force Adrian and Myron into the open. And Severin, she adds, if he genuinely knows nothing. You look toward the eastern hills, and while everyone upstairs starts panicking, someone gets the prisoners. Dorian stares at you. No, here we are again. You're not going alone. You almost say that you always do. The words are automatic. They stop before leaving your mouth. Because tonight, when you imagine going down there alone, it no longer feels clean. It feels stupid. That distinction irritates you. You look at Dorian. You know military command. Yes, Alara knows everyone at Maravine. Yes, you're both better upstairs. Alara crosses her arms. And you are better underground. She hates the logic. Dorian does too. Then a voice from behind the fountain says, "Not alone." All three of you turn. Leo steps from the shadows. You stare. Then you become furious. Where is your mother? Safe. Explain. She wasn't in the room when they came. The neighbor saw him taken. He reads your confusion. I went with them. You look at him. Voluntarily. I needed to know where they were taking people. You close your eyes. You deliberately allowed armed men to arrest you. Yes. Elara looks at you. A tiny smile appears. Do not. You point at Leo. That is an incredibly stupid thing to do. He stares. Dorian looks away. Elara presses her lips together. You realize. Oh, don't. She loses the battle and laughs. Even Dorian smiles. Leo says, "They took me to the lower gate. I escaped when the wagon stopped." You stop being offended. Where? East Road below the quarry. Guard strength. 8 outside, more inside. Tomas. I saw him. Alive. Relief enters more strongly than expected. How was he? Angry. Good. They took him and 2 others through the gate. Who? Didn't see. Could be your mother. No, she's hiding with my aunt above the mill. Better. You look toward the hills. Leo says, I can show you the lower gate. No. You nudge me. No. I know the quarry. You also know how to get captured impressively. You did it on purpose too. You stare. He has you there. Unacceptable, Dorian says. He can guide us there, then leave. You look at Dorian. Traitor. Captain. Same thing tonight. Elara takes the ledger from your hand. We need a plan. You point toward her. Careful. This is not optional. You gather in the Green Heron's kitchen. Tomas's kitchen. That makes the planning feel less abstract. Elara spreads the stolen documents across the flower table. Dorian marks positions on the old valley map, hanging by the pantry. Leo draws the quarry and lower gate from memory. You lean against the wall, arms folded. There it is. A meeting. Plans. Schedules. Everything you have spent years avoiding. You dislike it. You also recognize that it is working. The lower gate lies beneath an abandoned limestone quarry east of Maravine. Rusk uses it for wagon transport because the main mine lift cannot handle large shipments. The road is hidden from the valley by a ridge. The gate opens into level 2. From there, rail tunnels descend toward the deep works. Tomas may be in lower 4. Dorian circles Maravine. At sunrise, Founder's week breakfast begins in the south courtyard. Elara nods. I can bring Myron, Adrian, and Severin together. Rusk, he'll be looking for Lucian. You smile. Let him. Dorian looks at you. You are not appearing at breakfast. No. Good. I'm appearing briefly before breakfast. He closes his eyes. Elara asks why. because Rusk expects me at 10. If I disappear entirely, he knows we're moving against him. Dorian says, he already knows you entered the mine. Yes, but he doesn't know what we took. He watched you leave the office with ledgers. Probably. That's usually enough. You ignore him. If Rusk sees Lucian in St. Oral at dawn, he thinks we're hiding evidence or arranging escape. Alara sees the idea. He pulls men toward the village. Exactly, leaving the lower gate thinner. Leo says, how do you make sure he sees you? You smile. Breakfast? Dorian looks alarmed. No, the village wakes before sunrise. By first light, people have begun gathering around the square because rumors spread faster than official announcements, and considerably faster than good judgment. Margards fought a stranger. Tomas disappeared. Dead wagons came after dark. Someone heard the mine bells. Everyone knows a piece. Nobody knows the whole. You sit outside the only bakery currently open. Fresh shirt, black traveling coat, coffee, apricot pastry. You are positioned directly across from the road descending from Maravine. Alara and Dorian are already gone. They left before dawn through the western lane. Leo waits with 2 horses behind the mill. You sit alone, very visible. The baker is terrified. Are you certain you want another pastry? Absolutely. More guards could arrive. Then I'll eat quickly. He looks at you like you have misunderstood the central issue. You haven't. The second pastry is excellent. At sunrise, 3 riders appear on the hill road. You recognize the front rider before he reaches the square. Calder Rusk, gray coat, no hat, 2 armed men behind. He sees you. You raise your coffee. Morning. Rusk dismounts. He looks surprisingly calm for someone whose illegal mine was robbed several hours ago. Mr. Marnell. Still, you left the estate abruptly. Party fatigue. Through the mine. You take a bite. Scenic route. One of his men reaches for his weapon. Rusk lifts a hand. No. He looks at your breakfast. You're remarkably relaxed. This is a very good pastry. I could have you killed here. You glance around the square. Windows, doors, faces watching. Messy, sometimes necessary. Not for you. His eyes narrow. You continue. You prefer paperwork, debt contracts, transport permits, other men's signatures. That lands. Good. Rusk steps closer. What did you take? Memories. Don't play with me. Cards later. His composure thins. There, you stand. Slowly, you leave 1 silver coin beside your cup. Where is Tomas Pell? Rusk's face reveals nothing. Who? Wrong answer. One of his men draws. You throw the coffee. Not at Rusk. At the horse. The animal rears. Chaos. You kick the table into the armed man. Vault the bakery rail. And run. Rusk shouts. His men pursue. Exactly. You cross the square, take the alley, jump a barrel, turn left, boots behind you. You grin. For years, this feeling has been close to pure joy. The chase, the uncertainty, the city or village, in this case, becoming a moving puzzle around you. Today it still feels good, but different. Purpose has weight now. You're not running because you love being chased. You're running because every guard following you is one fewer at the lower gate. You reach the mill. Leo waits. 2 horses. You jump into the saddle. He throws you the reins. How many? You look back. 4 riders now entering the lane. Enough. You and Leo ride. East, out of St. Oral, across the vineyard road. The riders follow. You make sure they do. At the first fork, you slow just enough to be seen. Then take the quarry road. Leo looks at you. They'll know where we're going. No. You point ahead. The quarry road forks again. 1 branch toward the lower gate. 1 toward an abandoned limeworks. You take the limeworks road. The pursuers follow. Perfect. You ride hard for half a mile. Then you reach the old lime kilns. Dead end. Leo looks at you. Now what? You dismount. Now they think they caught us. The riders approach. 6 now. Good. You slap your horse's flank. It runs toward the far paddock. Leo does the same. Then you climb. The limeworks chimney stands 30 feet high beside the cliff. Old iron maintenance ladder. You go up. Leo follows. Rusk's men arrive below. 1 shouts. You reach the chimney top. Across a narrow ravine stands the quarry ridge. Too far to jump. Fortunately, an old ore cable stretches between the structures. Leo looks at it, then at you. No. You smile. That's my line. You loop your climbing cord over the cable. Improvised slide. Leo stares. You planned this. Parts. Below, guards begin climbing. You hook both hands around the cord. See you across. You push off. The world drops away. Wind tears at your coat. The cord screams against old metal. The ravine rushes beneath you. You cross 30 yards in seconds and slam into the opposite support hard enough to regret several choices. You remain attached. Success. Leo follows, less gracefully, still alive. You cut the cable support rope when he lands. The line drops into the ravine behind you. Rusk's guards are stranded on the limeworks side. 1 shouts something rude. You wave. Then you and Leo descend the quarry ridge. Below, hidden from the road, stands the lower gate. Only 3 guards remain outside. Your distraction worked. Leo whispers, now. You draw your short sword. Now. The first guard never sees you until you are behind him. You strike the flat of your blade against the back of his knee. He drops. Your elbow catches his jaw. Done. The second turns. Leo throws a stone. It hits the guard directly between the eyes. You look at Leo. He looks pleased. Unrefined, you say. It worked. Fair. The third guard raises a crossbow. You step behind a quarry pillar. Bolt strikes stone. You emerge from the other side and throw a knife. It hits the crossbow stock, knocking the weapon sideways. You close distance. One strike. Disarm. Sweep. He lands. You recover your knife. Go home, you tell him. He looks at you from the ground. You broke my wrist. Then walk carefully. You and Leo reach the lower gate. Iron doors. Black crown. No lock visible. Lever mechanism from inside. Leo points toward a smaller service hatch. That one. Locked. Of course. You kneel. The mechanism is industrial. Heavy. 4 wards. You begin. Behind you, distant horns sound from Maravine. One, then another, then many. You pause. Leo looks toward the estate. What is that? You smile. Ilara, Dorian, whatever they are doing, it has begun. You return to the lock. The final ward turns. The hatch opens. Darkness waits beyond. Leo reaches for the lantern. You stop him. You're done. His face falls. You said, I said guide me to the lower gate. Tomas is inside. So is your entire future if you don't get caught again. I'm coming. No, you can't stop me. You look at him. True. Then you hand him the stolen auxiliary road guard badge. He blinks. What's this? Go to the village. Find your mother. Get everyone you can to Maravine. Why? Because Ilara is about to make secrecy impossible. How? You think of her standing in crimson silk at Vale's masquerade, reading your crimes before anyone else did, probably beautifully. You point toward the badge. Show that to anyone trying to stop you. Say Captain Hale ordered all villagers to the estate. Did he? Not specifically. That's lying. You're learning. Leo looks toward the mine, then back at you. He wants to argue. Finally, he nods. Bring Tomas back. You look through the open hatch. I intend to. Leo leaves. You enter alone. For a few steps, the old comfort returns. One person, one blade, one objective. No one else's footsteps to track. No one else's safety occupying space in your mind. You should prefer this. Instead, the silence feels larger than it used to. You find that irritating too. The service tunnel slopes downward. Mine lamps burn every 50 feet. You pass storage rooms, empty rail sidings, a guard station abandoned in the confusion above. Horns continue faintly through the rock. Good. You reach a junction marked with black iron signs. Level 2, Deep WRKS. Lower 4. You choose lower 4. The tunnel descends. Heat increases. Soon you hear voices. 2 guards ahead. You extinguish the lantern. Wait. They approach. Rusk ordered everyone topside. Corin says, hold the prisoners. Which order? How should I know? Perfect. You step from the darkness. Rusky. Both men turn. You walk toward them confidently. Orders changed. One guard squints. Who are you? You keep walking. Someone having an increasingly difficult morning. The first guard reaches for his sword. You hit him before he finishes. The second draws. Short fight. Efficient. You leave them unconscious beside the wall. Lower 4 contains 6 locked rooms. The first holds tools. Second, food supplies. Third, nothing. Fourth, people, 20 of them. Tomas stands nearest the door. He sees you. His expression becomes furious. You took long enough. You almost laugh from relief. Good morning. Open this. Pleasure to see you too. You kneel. Lock. Simple. You open it. Tomas steps out, then immediately hits you in the shoulder. You stare. What was that? For bringing this into my inn. Fair. He hugs you. Briefly. Hard. Then releases you before either of you can acknowledge that it happened. Jarrow's here. Your attention sharpens. Where? Deep works. You saw him. No, one of the prisoners did. A woman behind Tomas speaks. They rotate deep crews every 3 days. Jarrow is alive. How many guards? Too many. How many prisoners in lower 4? 36, if all rooms are full. You open the remaining cells. 34. Close enough. Some can walk. Some need help. One older man has a badly injured leg. Tomas says, "We can't take them through the service hatch." No. Then you look toward the rail tracks, transport carts, and the main lower gate, large enough for wagons. You smile. Tomas sees the expression. No. You point at him. Everyone is stealing my words today. The horns above continue. Then another sound joins them. Bells. Not mine bells. Estate bells. Church bells. Many bells. Public alarm. Alara has made it very difficult to hide anything now. Good. You gather the prisoners. Anyone here worked the mines? Half raise their hands. Anyone know the gate mechanism? 3. Better. Anyone know where the guard armory is? More hands. Excellent. You point toward Tomas. Stay with the injured. I don't take orders from you. Beautiful. Stay with the injured independently. He glares, but stays. You take 6 former miners and move toward the armory. No grand speech. No heroic declaration. You are not here to lead a revolution. You are here to open a door. Sometimes that is enough. The armory guards have already left for the surface. Inside are hammers, picks, short clubs, 2 crossbows, protective helmets. You arm people, not for attack, for defense. Then you reach the gate controls. A huge wheel, chain lock, brake lever. 2 miners understand immediately. needs counterweight released. Where, upper platform, you climb, naturally, halfway up the iron ladder. Footsteps thunder from the deep tunnel. Many, too many. You look down. Tomas. He looks up. What? Open the gate. Working on it. You reach the platform. Counterweight chain is locked. You draw your picks. Below, guards appear at the far end of the tunnel. At least 12. Behind them, Calder Rusk. You stop. He looks dusty now. For the first time, his gray coat is torn. One sleeve dark with blood. Not his, perhaps. He sees you on the platform. His calm expression finally cracks. You smile. Me. Rusk raises a pistol. Rare weapon. Expensive. Slow. Dangerous. You move as he fires. The shot explodes through the chamber. Stone chips beside your head. Your ears ring. You duck behind the counterweight housing. Below, prisoners scatter into cover. Rusk shouts, "Close the cells." Nobody obeys quickly enough. You work the lock. Hands steady. 1 pin. 2. The pistol cannot fire again without reloading. Good. 3. Below, Rusk's guards advance. The freed miners raise crossbows. Tomas shouts, "Nobody be stupid." You almost call down that this is impossible under current leadership. Then the lock clicks. You release the chain. The counterweight drops. The gate wheel spins violently. Iron doors groan. Daylight appears between them. A thin line, then wider. Morning pours into the mine. The prisoners see it. Everything changes. They surge toward the opening. Rusk sees control leaving. That is the moment dangerous men become most dangerous. He reloads. You jump from the platform to the lower rail. Slide, drop, land. His pistol comes up. You throw a knife. The blade strikes his hand. The pistol spins away. Rusk stares at the cut, then at you. Finally, no smile. Do you have any idea what you've done? You draw your short sword. Frequently not. You think these people matter. That line tells you everything. More than ledgers. More than signatures. More than black crowns. You step forward. Yes. Rusk draws a narrow saber. Excellent weapon. Star iron, perhaps. Dark metal. Beautiful balance. He attacks. Fast. Much faster than expected. You parry. The impact sends a sharp vibration through your wrist. Star iron. Definitely. Rusk knows how to use it. Good. You are tired of disappointing opponents. He drives forward. Precise. No wasted movement. You give ground along the rail tracks. Around you, prisoners move toward daylight. Guards hesitate between pursuing them and helping Rusk. The miners keep crossbows leveled. Standoff. Your duel becomes the center of a larger escape. Rusk cuts high. You duck. Counter. He blocks. You turn the blade and kick his knee. He retreats. You could have been useful, he says. People keep offering. You want money. No. Power. Sounds administrative. His saber flashes. You step aside. The blade cuts your sleeve. You look down. Another coat. You look at Rusk. That was unnecessary. He attacks again. You catch his blade. Lock steel. Your faces come close. Rusk says, everyone has a price. You smile. Mine's apparently tailoring. You break the bind. Turn. Use the rail. Your foot lands on the track. You spring up onto an ore cart. Rusk follows. Of course he does. Now the duel moves across the top of the cart, while miners shove it inadvertently toward the open gate. You parry, duck, step around a support beam. Rusk's blade bites wood. You strike his wrist. He recovers. The cart rolls faster. Outside, light grows. Rusk glances toward the opening. Mistake. You hook one boot behind his ankle. He falls to one knee. Your blade stops at his throat. The cart rolls into daylight. You could kill him. Easily. Perhaps years ago. After a fight like this, you might have found some satisfaction in it. Now the moment feels strangely empty. Too final. Too simple. Rusk looks up. Do it. You look toward the quarry. Villagers are appearing along the ridge. Dozens, then more. Leo among them. Behind, horses descend the road from Maravine. Dorian, road guard soldiers, estate guests, Alara riding at the front in pale gold and green. Entirely inappropriate for a rescue operation, and therefore somehow perfect. You look back at Rusk. No, his face twists. Pity, public embarrassment. You hit him in the temple with the pommel. He collapses into the ore cart. You step down. Alara reaches you first. She dismounts before the horse stops completely. You are alive. Frequently, she grabs your coat, pulls you into a kiss. Direct, brief, relieved. Then she steps back. Dorian arrives. He looks at Rusk, unconscious, in the cart. Then at you. You arrested him. More or less. Alive. Unfortunately for his reputation. Dorian exhales. Then, before you can make a joke, he grips the back of your neck and pulls you into a hard embrace. Very brief, extremely masculine, absolutely not emotional. You decide to preserve his dignity. Mostly, when he releases you, you say, Captain. Don't. You grin. Behind him, the freed prisoners continue emerging. Tomas appears supporting the injured older man. Leo runs to him. The two collide in an embrace. Then Leo immediately receives a smack on the back of the head. You approve. Alara looks toward the gate. Jarrow, your relief fades. You shake your head. Deep works. Tomas hears. His face changes. The mine behind you still holds prisoners, still holds guards, still holds Jarrow. This is not over, but outside the lower gate, secrecy is dying. Lady Mayern arrives in a carriage, Adrian beside her, Severin following on horseback. Hundreds of witnesses gather. Dorian's loyal road guard detachment forms a line around Rusk's remaining men. Mayern sees the prisoners emerging from beneath her estate. There is no curtain left to hide behind, no contract language, no ignorance, only people. Alara stands beside you, Dorian on your other side. You look at the opened mine gate, then at Maravine above. Once, a victory like this would have made you want another fight immediately, another chase, another impossible luck. Instead, what you want most, for one absurd moment, is breakfast. A table outside the Green Heron. Coffee, something warm from the bakery. Tomas complaining. Alara stealing your food after insisting she isn't hungry. Dorian pretending not to enjoy anyone's company. The thought arrives so naturally that it unsettles you. You push it aside. Not now. There are still people underground, still work to do, but somewhere beneath the noise, beneath the bells and shouts and morning wind moving through the quarry grass, your old compass shifts another degree. You notice. This time, you do not pretend you haven't. You simply turn back toward the mine. Dorian notices. You're going down again. Yes. Alara looks at the prisoners, still emerging into daylight. So are we. You glance at her. No. She folds her arms. You reconsider. This is becoming an alarming habit. Fine. Dorian blinks. Alara does too. You point at both of them. Don't enjoy that. I wasn't going to say anything, Alara replies. Your face. Dorian looks toward the gate. Deep works. Tomas says Jarrow is there. More prisoners too. How many? Unknown. Dorian turns toward the guard detachment, assembling near the quarry road. 21 soldiers. Enough to matter. Maybe. Then he looks at Lieutenant Corin. Corin has arrived in irons between two road guard sergeants. His dark uniform muddy from whatever happened at Maravine before the quarry opened. His expression is murderous. You brighten. Found your commander. Dorian's mouth hardens. He tried to arrest Lady Ven in front of 80 witnesses. Alara says, he also accused me of inciting sedition. Were you? Technically, you look at her. Beautiful. Dorian ignores you both. He ordered the estate gates closed. Mayern countermanded him publicly. Adrian backed her. Interesting. You look toward Adrian. The elder Mar son stands beside his mother near the prisoners. His immaculate founder's weak clothes are dusted from the quarry road. He looks less composed than he did across the card table. Older somehow. Severin stands 10 feet away staring at his brother, as though he no longer knows him. You ask, Adrian knew. Alara's answer is careful. Enough. Meaning, he admitted authorizing debt labor 3 years ago. Dorian adds, claims Rusk falsified reports about conditions and numbers. You watch Adrian. Do you believe him? No, Dorian says. Alara says, partly. You look between them. Good. Uncertainty. Better than easy answers. Adrian notices you watching. He crosses the quarry. Severin follows. Lady Myron does not. Adrian stops several feet away. His eyes fall toward Rusk, still unconscious in the ore cart. You could have killed him. Yes. Why didn't you? You glance at the crowd. Audience. He almost laughs. Almost. Then his expression closes. There are armed men in the deep works. We know. Some are mine security. Some are Rusk's private contractors. Difference. Mine security will surrender to a Mar order. You look toward the freed prisoners. Will they? His jaw tightens. Severin says, Adrian. One word. Not angry. Worse. Hurt. Adrian turns. Severin's face has lost all the easy warmth you saw at luncheon. How many people? Adrian answers quietly. I don't know. You signed the labor orders. Debt service. You signed them. I believed. You believed what? Adrian stops. Severin gestures toward the open mine. That they came voluntarily. That they could discharge obligations through paid work. Underground. For limited terms. Did you ever go down there? Adrian says nothing. That is enough. Severin steps back as if struck. You understand, then, why Adrian's discomfort at the card table felt genuine. He was not innocent. He was a coward of a different kind. He had accepted explanations because the explanations were profitable. People do not need to know every detail of an injustice to benefit from carefully not asking. Adrian looks at you. Let me come. Dorian says immediately, no. Adrian ignores him. I know the deep works. You just said you haven't been there. I know the plans. Different thing. I can order some guards to stand down. Useful. Dorian steps closer. He is part of the investigation. Adrian looks at him. Then arrest me after. Dorian hesitates. Severin says, I'm coming too. Everyone looks at him. He lifts his chin. If House Mar did this beneath our land, then someone bearing the name should help bring people out. Adrian says, Severin. No, it is the first time you have heard the younger brother use the word with any authority. Interesting family mourning. You look toward the mine. Every minute matters. You make the decision. Adrian comes. Dorian swears quietly. Under guard. Fine. Severin stays. Severin starts to object. You point toward the prisoners. They need someone up here who can make Mar employees obey without threatening them. That stops him. You know the estate. Yes. Get food, blankets, wagons, doctors. His expression changes. A task. Something useful. All right. You glance toward Myron. Lady Mar. She approaches. You have estate records. Yes, names of every lender Mar controls. Yes, every debt account. Most freeze all collections. Adrian turns sharply. That could. Myron says, done. You look at her. She understands now. This is not your house to repair, only your door to open. Good. Within 10 minutes, you descend again. This time with Dorian, Alara, Adrian, 6 trusted road guard soldiers, and 2 freed miners who volunteered because they know the lower workings. You dislike the size of the group. Too many footsteps. Too much breathing. Too much responsibility. Yet when the tunnel narrows, you still drift forward naturally. Ahead, unappointed, no discussion. You simply become the figure at the edge of the lantern light. Alara notices. She says nothing. Good woman. The freed miners are called Bram and Ivan. Bram is short, gray-bearded, and missing 2 fingers. Ivan is younger, thin, with a scar across his scalp where hair no longer grows. Both walk with the strange, instinctive certainty of people who have spent years underground. At the first junction, Bram stops. Deep works split after Furnace 6. How many exits? 3 if the old eastern shaft is still open. Surface? No lower galleries. Wonderful. Dorian says, you're enjoying this. Professionally, you reach the chamber where you fought Rusk. Most guards have surrendered. 3 Mar security men wait, with weapons laid on the floor. Adrian speaks to them. By my authority, all mine operations cease immediately. 1 guard looks toward the black crown insignia, painted above the rail office. Mr. Rusk said, Rusk is under arrest. The man stares. Adrian continues. Anyone obeying him from this point will be treated as acting without house authority. That works. Power is strange. People tolerate cruelty when it arrives wearing procedure. Sometimes they stop the moment a different piece of procedure appears. You dislike how easy that can be. Past Furnace 6, the mine changes. The walls become darker, not from soot, from metal. Veins of black-gray stone glimmer beneath lantern light. Star iron ore. You touch one exposed seam. Cold, heavy-looking. Ivan says, deepest vein is below. How valuable? Adrian answers. Enough. You look at him. That's not a number. No number would improve it. Fair. The bells ring again. 3 short. 1 long. Bram stops. Shift call. Someone is still operating the lower levels. Ivan says, Foreman Hask. Rusk's man. Rusk's dog. Creative distinction. You move faster. The next chamber holds more workers. 30, then 40. Some are chained in groups. Others are not restrained because there is nowhere to run. The moment they see Adrian, anger spreads. Not fear, anger. A woman throws a stone. It hits him in the shoulder. Dorian's soldiers tense. You lift one hand. Don't. Adrian does not react. Another stone lands at his feet. A miner shouts, "Murderer!" Adrian stands still. You watch him. No defense. No denial. Good. Maybe the beginning of something useful. Alara approaches the chained workers. We're opening the mine. A man laughs bitterly. Who are you? Someone who has had an extremely poor introduction to local hospitality. You smile. She glances at you. Don't. You begin unlocking chains. Dorian's soldiers help. Adrian orders the nearby security crew to release anyone held under labor contracts. The workers do not trust him. They do trust open shackles. That is enough. You ask about Jero. 3 people know him. 1 points deeper. Pump galleries. Why? Maintenance crew. Alive. This morning. Tomas will appreciate a specific answer. You keep going. The mine descends through a long spiral ramp. Heat builds. Machinery beats through the stone. Pump galleries. That explains everything. The deepest works were supposed to flood. Rusk reopened them by running enormous mechanical pumps day and night. You hear them before seeing them. Thump, hiss, thump, hiss. The passage opens onto a cavern, so large the lanterns cannot reveal the ceiling. Black water occupies one side. Wooden platforms stretch over it. Pipes descend into the depths. 3 steam engines drive pumping wheels along the far wall, and between you and them stand perhaps 40 workers. Behind the workers, 12 armed guards. At the center is a thick man in a leather coat. Foreman Hask, presumably. He holds a pistol. Another one. Rusk's people have been spending their money dramatically. Beside him stands Jero Pell. Alive, thin, bearded, bruised, but standing. A chain runs from his wrists to 3 other workers. Hask presses the pistol against Jero's head. Everyone stops. You hear the pumps. Thump, hiss, thump, hiss. Hask looks at Adrian. Mr. Marr. Adrian steps forward. It's over. According to who? My mother, me. The Crown Guard, once Captain Hale, files his evidence. Hask smiles. Rusk said you'd lose your nerve. Adrian's face changes. Perhaps because Rusk understood him. Hask points toward the machinery. You shut these pumps down. Lower galleries flood. Bram whispers beside you, true. How quickly? Hours in some places, minutes in others. Hask continues. 2 crews below us. Dorian says, how many? 60 maybe. Alara looks at you. Hostages. Not only Jero. An entire mine. Hask smiles. Rusk planned for betrayal. You dislike him immediately. Not because he is cruel. Many cruel men manage at least some originality. Hask is smug about someone else's contingency. Unforgivable. What do you want? Adrian asks. Lower gate reopened. Horses. Rusk released. We leave. Dorian says, no. The pistol presses harder against Jarrow. Dorian stops. You scan the chamber. 12 guards, platforms, water, steam pipes, pump engines, suspended maintenance chains, or carts, 2 staircases, 1 high catwalk, several pressure release wheels. Jarrow watches you. He does not know you, but something in your posture catches his attention. Perhaps Tomas described you, probably with insults. You move slightly left. Hask notices. You stop. Me. Rusk said you'd be here. Popular morning. He said you're the dangerous one. Dorian looks insulted. You glance toward him. Sorry. Hask raises his weapon toward you now. That improves Jarrow's situation slightly. You smile. Did Rusk also mention the pastry? Hask frowns. Good. Confusion is useful. You think this is funny. No. You look toward the black water. Your boots are, though. He looks down. Just a fraction. Expensive mistake. You throw a knife. Not at Hask. At the steam valve above him. The blade wedges into the release latch. Pressurized vapor erupts. White steam floods the platform. Everything happens at once. Dorian shouts. Workers drop. Guards fire. You run. Hask's pistol cracks through steam. Misses. You vault a rail. Land on a pipe. Push off. Another shot. Wood splinters. You reach Jarrow. His chain is padlocked. You cut Hask's wrist before he can aim again. The pistol falls. Jarrow kicks it into the water. Good man. You kneel. Lockpick. 1 guard charges through steam. Alara intercepts him with a length of iron pipe. Dorian fights another. Adrian pulls 2 workers behind an engine housing. The road guard soldiers engage Hask's men. The cavern erupts. You work the chain lock. Jarrow says Tomas. Alive. His eyes close for half a second. Angry. Extremely. Good. Click. The chain opens. Get people toward the ramp. The crew's below. We know. Jarrow points toward a lower stair. Pump station connects to Gallery 9. Bram arrives. Gallery 9 floods first. You look toward the pumps. 1 engine has begun screaming. The steam release damaged pressure. A gauge needle is climbing. You did that. Mistake. Useful distraction. Bad consequence. Fair. Ivan sees it too. Boilers overpressure. You run to the engine. Can we stabilize it? Maybe. How? Main vent. Where? He points. Of course. High catwalk. Across the cavern. You look upward. Dorian sees your face. No, not the time. You caused it. Constructive criticism later. You climb. Ladder. Pipe frame. Support brace. The catwalk begins 15 feet above. You leap. Catch the edge. Pull yourself up. Below, fighting continues. But something is changing. Workers are joining. Not recklessly, strategically. They know the galleries better than the guards. One shuts a gate behind 2 gunmen. Another dumps a cart of gravel across a walkway. 3 more use mining poles to disarm a guard. Hask tries to retreat. Jarrow tackles him. Excellent. You run across the catwalk. The pressure gauge below enters the red zone. Ivan shouts instructions. Blue wheel. There are 3 blue wheels. You hate engineers. Which? Middle. You reach it. Locked. Naturally. A chain has been wrapped through the spokes to prevent workers tampering with it. Padlock. You almost laugh. Of all possible obstacles, you draw your picks. Below, Ivan screams, hurry. Everyone is very demanding today. The lock is cheap. Thank goodness. You open it. Pull chain. Turn the wheel. Nothing. Stuck. You strain. Still nothing. Rust. You plant one boot against the rail and pull with both hands. The wheel moves. 1 inch. Then another. Steam screams through pipes. The pressure gauge drops. Good. Then the catwalk jerks beneath you. A support bolt snaps. You look down. Very far. Of course. The catwalk tilts. You grab the rail. The entire section tears loose. Below, Ilara looks up. Her face changes. Dorian shouts your name. You jump. Not down. Forward. Toward a suspended maintenance chain. Your hands catch it. The catwalk crashes into the black water below. The chain swings. You hang above the cavern. Dorian stares upward. You call still alive. I can see that. Sounded concerned. I'm going to kill you myself. Mixed message. You swing toward the pump platform. Release. Land hard. Roll. Your knee complains. Your shoulder remembers every fight from the previous 3 days. You lie on the floor for 1 heartbeat, longer than usual. That is new. Then Ilara reaches you. Are you hurt? Only aesthetically. She kneels. You are limping. Temporarily, Dorian arrives. He looks like he wants to say several things. You raise 1 finger. Later. For once, he agrees. Hask is restrained. Most guards have surrendered. The boiler stabilizes, but the lower crews remain trapped. Jarrow knows the route. Bram knows the flood tunnels. You know something else. The maintenance lift schematic in Myron's old cellar plans. You saw it only briefly, but you remember the shape. A vertical haul shaft from level 5 to the western vineyard. There's another lift, you say. Adrian looks at you. What? Old hall shaft. He frowns. Collapsed. Are you certain? No. Wonderful family trait. Bram says West Hall. Yes. His eyes widen. Sealed at level 5, not 9. Can 9 reach 5? Through the drainage gallery. Jarrow says, if the water hasn't taken it. You smile. Then let's go see. Dorian grabs your arm. No. You look at him. Not joking now. He points at your knee. You can barely stand. You test it. Pain, not severe. Enough. I can stand. That's not the same thing. There are 60 people below, and we have miners who know the tunnels. Bram nods. I can lead. Your instinct resists. Hard. You are the one who goes first. You find the route. You open the door. That is who you are. Then you look at Bram. 2 missing fingers. Years underground. He knows more about the mine than you ever will. At Jarrow, he knows the pump galleries. At Dorian, commander. At Alara, clever enough to turn an estate breakfast into a public uprising before coffee. You are not the only useful person here. Strangely, that feels less like surrender than it once would have. You hand Bram your climbing cord. Take this. Dorian watches. So does Alara. You point at the lower passage. Bram leads, Jarrow with him. 4 guard soldiers. Jarrow says, and you. You look toward the pump engines. I'll make sure the upper route stays open. Dorian's expression changes. You immediately regret giving him the satisfaction. Don't. I didn't say anything. Your face. Alara laughs, despite everything. The lower rescue takes 2 hours. Long hours. You remain at the pump gallery because leaving would be stupid. You hate every minute of it. Waiting while other people take the dangerous route is significantly worse than taking it yourself. You help injured workers. You open restraints. You search Hask's office and find another stack of records. You interrogate a clerk who gives up every password he knows. After you spend 10 minutes silently sorting his confiscated desk into increasingly neat piles, he finally asks what you are doing. You answer, making you nervous. It works. Dorian supervises prisoners and surrendered guards. Adrian helps carry water. Nobody asks him to. Nobody praises him. Good. Alara sits beside you while you wrap your knee. You hate this. Bandages. Waiting. Yes, because you can't control what happens. You tighten the cloth. I don't control things. She looks at you. You reconsider. I control very specific things. Locks, among others. Fights, occasionally. Exits, important. She rests her shoulder against yours. You also don't like needing people. You look at her, very presumptuous. Am I wrong? You could joke. Instead, you look toward the lower tunnel. No, that admission feels stranger than hanging over the cavern. Alara does not celebrate it. Another point in her favor. She simply says, neither do I. You glance at her. Really? My entire life has been people deciding what I need because my surname gives them opinions. That makes sense. So I learned to be capable. Very, sometimes aggressively. Also very. She smiles. Then I met someone who carries 17 knives because apparently asking for help is more dangerous than armed robbery. 14. What? 14 knives. She stares. That's your correction. Accuracy matters. She laughs and rests her head briefly against your shoulder. You sit together in the underground heat while machinery thumps and people move around you. It should feel too still. It doesn't. Eventually, a shout rises from the drainage passage. You stand too quickly. Your knee objects. Then Bram appears. Behind him, people, dozens, wet, exhausted, alive. Jarrow comes last, with 2 soldiers. Hall shaft is open, he says. Relief moves through the chamber like weather. You hadn't realized how tightly you were holding yourself until it releases. All 62 lower workers make it out. Everyone. By midday, the quarry has become something between a rescue camp, court proceeding, family reckoning, and village festival conducted by people too tired to know which. Blankets cover the grass. Mar kitchens send food. Village families search for missing relatives. Road guard clerks take names. Doctors move between groups. Rusk wakes and is immediately arrested properly, which Dorian seems to find deeply satisfying. Corin is placed under heavier guard after attempting to bribe one of his own sergeants. Hask is carried out swearing. Tomas sees Jarrow. You are there for that. Not intentionally. You happen to be leaning against an ore cart, eating bread, because Tomas ordered you to sit down. Then Jarrow emerges. Tomas stands. The bread stays forgotten in your hand. Jarrow sees his uncle. For a moment, both men simply stare. 8 months. 8 months of not knowing. Then Tomas crosses the distance. He hits Jarrow on the shoulder. Hard. You idiot. Jarrow laughs. Tomas hits him again, then pulls him into his arms. You look away. Alara stands beside you. Dorian on your other side. Nobody speaks. You find yourself smiling at the bread. Strain. Later, Lady Meyer calls the Marr family together beside the quarry office. You do not attend intentionally. You are stealing an apple nearby. Again, you leave payment. Technically shopping. Myron faces Adrian and Severin. I am resigning control of the family holdings. Adrian looks shocked. Mother, no. She removes the Marr signet ring. I allowed fear of scandal to become an excuse for silence. She looks toward the mine. I will testify. Adrian's face pales. That could destroy us. Myron says, perhaps some things deserve destruction. You bite the apple. Respect. Severin looks at Adrian. What will you do? Adrian is quiet for a long time. Then he looks toward the rows of former prisoners. Testify too. Myron's eyes close briefly. Relief, not absolution. Different thing. Adrian continues. I signed the debt program. Dorian, standing nearby, says, you'll face charges. I know. You may lose everything. I know. Adrian looks toward the mine. I told myself I was preserving the estate. Then, preserving the estate became became preserving the numbers. Then, preserving the numbers became not asking what made them possible. You stop eating. There are sentences worth remembering. That is one. Severin asks, and the families. Adrian looks at Myron. She answers, every labor debt canceled, every seized farm reviewed, compensation from Mar reserves. Adrian nods. If the crown leaves us reserves. Dorian says, that isn't my decision. You finish the apple. This is not your decision either. Good. You have never wanted to run institutions. Too many meetings. By evening, investigators from Kestrel Bridge arrive. Dorian sent riders at dawn. Among them is Provincial Marshal Tessa Corvin, a tall woman with bronze skin, severe braids, and absolutely no patience for anyone. You like her instantly. She reads 3 pages of the Black Crown letters, then looks at Dorian. This is treason. Yes. Kidnapping. Yes. Fraud. Yes. Bribery. Yes. Illegal arms export. Yes. She looks toward you. And who is this? Dorian says, complicated. You offer a hand. Lucian Marnell. Elara says, no. The marshal looks between you. Is that your name? Currently, she turns to Dorian. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Wise. She begins walking toward Rusk, then stops, looks back. You're the one from Vale's masquerade. You say nothing. Green coat. You examine your current black coat. People keep bringing that up. Marshal Corvin points at you. Do not leave the valley. You consider. How strongly do you mean that? Very. You look at Dorian. He is smiling. Traitor. You stay. For 4 days. This may be the longest you have remained anywhere after a contract, without being injured, romantically distracted, or imprisoned. Technically, you are all 3 to minor degrees. Your knee needs rest. Alara remains at the Green Heron. Dorian remains for the investigation. And Marshal Corvin has made it very clear that disappearing before giving testimony will result in people searching for you with legal enthusiasm. So you stay. At first, you find this unbearable. Then something unsettling happens. You begin enjoying yourself. The Green Heron reopens the 2nd day. Tomas refuses to let anyone else repair the broken tables because, according to him, everyone in St. Oral holds a hammer incorrectly. You help. Badly. He takes the hammer away from you. You can fight 6 men, but you can't drive a nail. Different wrist. Useless. You make lunch instead. Also badly. You attempt a stew. Tomas tastes it. He looks at you for a long time. What did the potatoes do to you? They're cooked. They've surrendered. Alara enters the kitchen. She tastes the stew, then drinks water. You look betrayed. Dorian arrives 10 minutes later. He eats an entire bowl. You become suspicious. Do you actually like it? No. Why are you eating it? I'm hungry. Remarkable integrity. He points toward the bread. Past that, you do. Nobody is chasing you. Nobody is bleeding. Nobody needs a lock opened. Rain begins outside. The three of you eat terrible stew, while Tomas insults your technique from the kitchen door. And somehow, you are happy. The realization is so annoying that you take another piece of bread. On the fourth morning, Marshal Corvin releases you. Vale has been arrested in Vera. Good. Blackwake leadership is scattering. Better. Rusk is being transferred under military guard. Safer for everyone. House Mar accounts are frozen. Complicated. She studies you. You could work for me. You laugh. She does not. Though, I mean it. Uniform. No. Schedule. Sometimes. Meetings. Many. You stand. I regret our friendship ending so suddenly. Marshal Corvin almost smiles. You'll be back. People keep predicting that. She leaves. You pack. 1 satchel. 14 knives. The Queen of Knives threat card. A Black Crown ledger copy Dorian. Insists you keep, because your memory for strange symbols may prove useful. Your repaired knee, and a feeling you cannot pack, because you do not know what to call it. Alara finds you in the room. Leaving. Yes. Where? You think. No contract waits. No destination. A coastal city, perhaps. Mountains. Maybe somewhere warm. South. Specific. I like preserving possibility. She leans against the door. I'm going north. Vera. Eventually. Family. Unfortunately. You smile. She steps closer. Neither of you asks the obvious question. Will you come? Will you stay? That is not what this is. Not yet. Perhaps never. She touches your coat. Try not to destroy this one. No promises. Right. You raise an eyebrow. You know I don't write. I know you can. Different thing. She smiles. Then surprise me. You kiss her. Slowly. No urgency this time. No danger outside the door. When you separate, her hand remains against your chest. Was that goodbye? She asks. Probably not. Terrible answer. Accurate. She nods. Good. Dorian waits downstairs. Of course he does. Road guard coat. Sword. Official again. You look at him. Back to arresting me. Depends where you're going. South. Specific. You point toward the stairs. She said the same thing. That should concern you. He hands you a folded paper. You open it. A warrant. You look at him. He looks completely serious. Really? Then you read. The charges section contains 1 sentence. Suspiciously expensive coat with no explained source of income. You stare. Dorian breaks first. You laugh, loud enough that Tomas looks out from the kitchen. You fold the fake warrant carefully. and put it inside your coat. Keeping that evidence, Dorian smiles. Then the smile softens. Take care of yourself. That sounds dangerously fond. Don't ruin it. You consider flirting. Naturally. Instead, you clasp his forearm. He does the same. Then, because life occasionally rewards restraint with opportunity, he pulls you closer and kisses you. Quick, certain, just enough to leave you genuinely surprised. He steps back. Your eyebrows rise. Dorian's face is perfectly composed, except for the slight color at his ears. Alara, halfway down the stairs behind you, says, "I knew it." Dorian closes his eyes. You look at her, then at him. Then you smile slowly. This has potential. No, Dorian says. Alara comes down the remaining stairs. Oh, I disagree. Dorian points at both of you. Absolutely not. You put on your gloves. Your objections are noted. Tomas throws a cloth at you. Leave my inn. You catch it. Inside is a bundle of pastries. You look at him. He scowls. For the road. Something in your chest shifts. You tuck them into your satchel. Then you step outside. St. Aurel is bright, beneath a clear morning sky. The vineyard hills shine green. Workers are already repairing walls near the quarry road. Children run around the fountain. Leo is helping his mother load baskets onto a cart. He sees you and waves. You wave back. The road south waits beyond the river. You still love it. You suspect you always will. So you follow it. For the next several years, joy leads you onward. There are other contracts. A bandit lord in the Marrow Hills, who learns too late that leaving account books beside an unlocked window is an insult to professionals. A merchant prince in Sorrel, who sells counterfeit medicine and wakes to discover every bottle replaced with colored water. And every physician in the city holding copies of his correspondence. A baroness who imprisons tenant farmers beneath an old fortress and loses both the prisoners and, inexplicably, every left boot in the estate. The boots are your idea. Nobody proves it. You cross rooftops in cities where the tiles are blue. You ride through red deserts beneath stars large enough to make even you quiet. You cheat gamblers who cheat poorer gamblers. You attend weddings under false names. You escape arrest twice. Once deliberately. Once because Dorian happens to be the officer holding the warrant and discovers several technical flaws after dinner. Alara crosses your path in Harrogate, then again in Belisar, once by complete coincidence. Both she and Dorian arrive in the same city during the same week. The arrangement that follows is significantly less dramatic than the hotel staff expects. There is wine, a balcony, a great deal of laughter. Dorian continues insisting he does not approve of either of you. This becomes increasingly difficult to believe. You meet other people too. A smuggler named Wren, with silver earrings and an excellent boat. a swordsmith named Aya, who refuses to let you leave her workshop until you admit that one of your knives is badly balanced. Two rival explorers named Callan and Myra, who spend 3 days competing for your attention during an expedition through a ruined mountain observatory before eventually realizing there is no meaningful reason to compete. You return from collecting firewood to find them sharing your wine. Problem, Myra asks. You look between them. No. Callan raises a third cup. Good. Life remains entertaining. Beautiful. Dangerous. Exactly what you wanted. For a while. Then the first change comes so quietly, you almost miss it. A contract in the northern city of Arrows. Corrupt harbor master. Extortion ring. Missing sailors. You infiltrate a counting house, cross 3 rooftops, fight 4 men in a rainstorm, leap from a balcony onto a moving carriage, recover the ledger, expose the harbor master, and escape pursuit by steering the carriage through a flower market. Technically successful, impressive even. At the inn the following morning, you sit outside under a striped awning. Rain taps the street. Callan is there. By coincidence, or perhaps not, he complains that northern coffee tastes like burnt rope. You tell him he has weak character. A baker across the street opens her shutters. Someone sweeps water from a shop entrance. 2 children carry school books beneath one umbrella. Nothing extraordinary happens. You take a sip of bad coffee, and you realize this is your favorite part. Not last night's rooftop, not the carriage, not the fight. This, breakfast, rained, someone you like complaining nearby. Nowhere urgent to be. You stare into the cup. Callan notices. What? You shake your head. Coffee's terrible. I told you. But the thought stays. And because you have built your entire life around following joy, eventually you will have to decide what to do when joy begins pointing somewhere you never expected. At first, naturally, you ignore it. Not dramatically. You simply accept another contract, then another, then a stranger one. If the problem is boredom, you reason. The obvious solution is novelty. You travel west to the city of Merhavel, where every roof is covered in glazed green tile, and people conduct business from narrow boats, drifting through canals, beneath flowering balconies. A councilman there has been selling construction rights to criminal companies, then condemning the resulting buildings and forcing families from their homes. You spend 6 days proving it. The job is excellent. There is a hidden ledger inside a clock tower, a forged invitation to an opera, a chase through a costume warehouse, a duel backstage during the second act of a tragedy so bad that you briefly consider helping the villain. At one point, you escape across the rigging above the stage, while 2 actors continue performing beneath you, because neither is willing to surrender attention to an actual sword fight. You expose the councilman. He is arrested while wearing half of a ceremonial lion costume. You should be delighted. You are, mostly, but the moment you remember most happens the next afternoon. You are sitting beside the canal while an old woman teaches you how to prepare fried zucchini flowers. You use too much filling, she tells you. I like filling. That is because you have no discipline. I've been told. You also folded it wrong. Creative variation. It is ugly. Rustic. She smacks your hand with a wooden spoon. You laugh. 3 days later, you are still in Murrevel. There is no reason to be. The contract is finished. Nobody is pursuing you. Your next possible job waits 2 provinces north. You should leave. Instead, you spend the morning at the market, then another evening at the old woman's kitchen table. You discover her name is Gianna. By the end of the week, she has taught you 4 recipes, insulted your knife skills despite the absurdity of doing so, and informed you that your shirts need better buttons. When you finally leave, she gives you a small rosemary plant in a clay pot. You stare at it. I travel. It travels too. I don't own a home. Then perhaps the plant will improve your priorities. You nearly leave it behind. Instead, you strap the pot carefully beside your saddlebag. The rosemary survives for 11 months. This feels like an accomplishment far greater than it should. The contracts continue, but now you begin noticing a pattern. After a job in the hill country, you remain for a harvest festival. After a smuggling investigation on the southern coast, you stay 4 unnecessary days because Wren's boat is anchored nearby, and neither of you feels particularly motivated to go anywhere. You spend an entire afternoon fishing. You catch nothing. It is wonderful. In Belisar, Alara rents a house for a month while negotiating a shipping agreement. You arrive intending to stay 2 nights. You remain 16. On the 5th morning, she finds you on the terrace, attempting to grow basil in a wooden crate. She leans against the doorway. What happened to you? You look up. Nothing. You are gardening. Strong word. You put soil in a box. Experimental agriculture. You threatened a man with a spoon yesterday because he overwatered it. He showed no judgment. Ilara walks over. She crouches beside the basil. You know you could stay longer. You keep arranging the soil. Here, anywhere. You glance at her. She does not mean with her. Not specifically. She understands you too well for that. She means the concept itself. Stay. You look at the basil. Maybe it is the first time you say the word without immediately making a joke. Months pass, then a year. Your reputation grows. This is unfortunate. People begin recognizing you in cities where you have never been. Descriptions vary wildly. According to one tavern story, you are 7 feet tall. According to another, you are a disgraced prince. A third insists you were raised by assassins. A fourth claims you were once married to a duchess and stole the wedding carriage during the ceremony. You encourage all of them. When someone asks whether any story is true, you say, parts. Nobody ever knows which parts, but the jobs themselves begin changing. Or perhaps you do. You still choose carefully. A cruel magistrate in one province, an extortionist in another, a wealthy mine owner whose safety equipment consists primarily of prayers and excuses. You still win. Your hands remain steady, locks still open, blades still obey. Rooftops remain rooftops, yet combat no longer gives you the same bright rush. During one tavern fight in Casterly Row, you disarm a man, slide beneath a table, use a serving tray to block a thrown knife, kick another attacker into a fireplace screen, and retrieve your drink without spilling it. It is an excellent performance. People applaud. You sit down. Your first thought is that the soup is getting cold. That is concerning. So you try a harder contract, then a more ridiculous one. You infiltrate a fortress carved into a mountain. You escape from a prison barge. You attend a royal hunting party under the identity of a foreign fencing instructor, despite having no idea which country you are supposedly from. When asked about your accent, you say the northern border. Nobody asks which northern border. For a while, novelty helps. Then you begin recognizing the truth. You are not bored because the adventures have become ordinary. You are changing. The realization annoys you more than any prison, warrant, failed lock, or ruined coat ever has. You have always trusted joy, because joy has never asked you to explain yourself. It simply points. Go there. Meet them. Take that road. Climb that tower. Kiss that person. Open that door. Now it begins pointing toward mornings, toward familiar kitchens, toward staying long enough to know which floorboard creaks, toward books you intend to finish, toward herbs. Ridiculous. You buy more books anyway. At first, they are practical. Maps, lock mechanisms, criminal law, regional histories, useful for false identities. Then somehow poetry appears. Cooking, gardening, architecture, a 3-volume history of river, engineering you buy, because the bookseller is charming. And then unexpectedly read, because the subject is fascinating. Your saddlebags become impossible. Eventually, Dorian sees them. You meet outside a roadside inn in late autumn. He arrives wearing his road guard coat beneath a gray traveling cloak. You arrive carrying 2 saddlebags, a bedroll, 4 books tied together with string, and the rosemary plant. The plant has become impressively stubborn. Dorian looks at it. No. What? You travel with a shrub now. Herb. That's worse. Gianna says it prevents moral decline. Who is Gianna? Terrifying woman. Naturally, he lifts one saddlebag. It nearly pulls his shoulder down. What is in here? Books. All of it. and knives. Of course, he looks at you. You need a house. You take the bag from him. Everyone has become obsessed with this because your horse is carrying a library. The horse has not complained. The horse chooses that moment to snort. Dorian points. Witness, you ignore him. You travel together for 6 days. Not for a contract. That is new too. Dorian has leave. You happen to be going the same direction. So you ride. There are no assassins. No missing people. No conspiracy. Nothing to solve. At night, you stay in village inns or sleep beside the road, beneath changing autumn trees. Dorian cooks better than you. You resent this deeply. One evening, he prepares onions, potatoes, and sausage in an iron pan over the fire. You taste it, then look at him. What? This is competent. Thank you. I don't trust it. You watched me make it. Exactly. He laughs. Later, when the fire burns low, you sit beside him under an old oak. The road is quiet. Leaves move in the dark. Somewhere beyond the fields, an owl calls. You say, I think I might stop. Dorian does not ask what you mean. He knows. For how long? You shrug. Unknown. That sounds frightening. Deeply. He smiles. You look into the fire. I thought I would know when I was finished. Finished with what? All of it. The work. The road. Dorian is quiet for a while. Then he says, maybe you don't have to be finished. You glance toward him. You could simply want more of something else. That sentence follows you for months. More of something else. Eventually, winter comes. You travel south, not because of a contract, because you dislike cold rain after 3 consecutive weeks. You cross the province of Bellora, where low wooded hills give way to vineyards and small river towns. One afternoon, you reach a place called Brindlewick. The name amuses you enough to stop. That is the first reason. The second is lunch. The third is the river. Brindlewick sits where the River Avon curves beneath a line of low hills, covered in vineyards, chestnut groves, and old stone walls. The town itself is small enough that everyone knows which baker burns bread on Thursdays, and large enough to contain 3 taverns that disagree about who serves the best stew. There is a market square, a mill, a stone bridge, a bookshop, a public bathhouse, a blacksmith, a wine merchant who cheats at cards badly. Beyond the eastern edge of town, a narrow road follows the river beneath willows. You take that road because the weather is good. Then you see the house. It stands slightly above the river on a low hill. 2 stories. Old stone. Faded blue shutters. A red tile roof. A kitchen garden that has surrendered to weeds. Behind it, a small orchard descends toward the water. 1 chimney leans. The front gate is hanging from 1 hinge. You stop. The rosemary plant, strapped beside your saddle, shifts in the breeze. A wooden sign hangs from the gate. For sale. You laugh. No. You keep riding. Half a mile later, you turn around. This is deeply suspicious. You inspect the house. The front door is locked. You pick it. Obviously, inside, dust floats through shafts of afternoon light. There is a large kitchen, a sitting room with a fireplace, 3 bedrooms, a narrow study, a cellar, a pantry, a small room beneath the stairs, whose purpose is uncertain. You decide immediately that it needs a hidden compartment. Then you stop. You do not own the house. You are already renovating it mentally. This is catastrophic. The owner lives in town. Her name is Mistress Follow. She is 72 and has no patience for charm. You attempt charm anyway. It reduces the price by nothing. You attempt negotiation. It reduces the price slightly. Then she discovers you have money in 3 currencies, no permanent residence, and cannot explain your occupation in a way that satisfies tax law. She raises the price again. You buy the house. That evening, you sit alone on the front steps. The key rests in your palm. Your horse grazes near the orchard. The river moves below. Lights begin appearing across Brindlewick. No celebration. No fanfare. No destiny. Just a house. Your house. The thought feels absurd. Then peaceful. Spring comes. You remain. At first, retirement behaves like a badly trained animal. You wake before dawn, expecting to leave. You keep your satchel packed for 6 weeks. You sleep with knives under every pillow. You map every route out of the house. Then you create additional routes. 1 through the pantry. 1 behind the study bookcase. 1 from the cellar into the garden. Nobody needs these. That is irrelevant. You build hidden compartments everywhere. Kitchen, bedroom, floorboards, behind the fireplace, inside a hollow stair. Eventually, Alara visits. She arrives in a carriage, carrying 4 pieces of luggage. You look at them. Only 4. I packed lightly. She walks through the house, opens the pantry, finds a hidden latch within 12 minutes. You have a secret door. Security. It leads to the herb garden. Strategic herb access. She finds the false shelf in the study, then the hollow beam above the kitchen. By dinner, she has discovered 5 hiding places. You are offended. Stop looking. You made them obvious. To you, that's not reassuring. She stays 3 weeks. Dorian arrives during the 2nd. Wren appears with a boat 2 days later. Somehow your quiet retirement becomes a house full of people arguing over breakfast. You complain constantly. You love it. The garden improves. Slowly, you grow rosemary, thyme, basil, sage, tomatoes, peppers. Half the first crop dies because you refuse to follow instructions. The second survives because you finally read the book. You cook badly, then less badly, then occasionally well. Tomas visits one summer and declares your stew acceptable. This pleases you more than any medal could. He pretends not to notice. The people of Brindlewick learn who you are gradually. At first, you are simply the attractive stranger who bought the Valo house and owns suspiciously many knives. Then someone recognizes you from a story, then another. Eventually, the town reaches an informal agreement not to ask too many questions. You return the courtesy. Children adore you. This is mostly because you teach them card tricks. Their parents object. You teach them better card tricks. You also teach them how to spot a rigged deck, how to climb a low wall safely, and why one should never attempt to pick a municipal lock merely because it appears easy. The last lesson comes after an incident. You refuse to discuss it. Retirement remains flexible. Once, thieves attempt to rob the wine merchant. They enter through his rear window at midnight. You happen to be buying wine. Technically, the thieves wake the next morning tied together beneath the market fountain, wearing handwritten signs that read, "We have poor judgment. Nobody proves anything." Another time, a local child disappears into the hills during a storm. You are gone before anyone finishes asking. You return 4 hours later, carrying the child beneath your coat, and complaining that rescue operations should not involve mud. Sometimes old contracts find you. You refuse most, not because the targets deserve mercy, because someone else can handle them. That is a strange lesson too. The world does not collapse when you decline to fix it personally. Occasionally, though, something nearby becomes interesting enough. Then you vanish for 2 days, perhaps 3. You return with torn clothing, a new ring, and absolutely no explanation. Brindlewick accepts this. Years gather quietly, not all at once. One winter becomes another. The orchard grows. Books fill the study. Friends learn which guest rooms they prefer. Alara keeps clothes in one wardrobe. Dorian claims he does not, though an entire drawer contains his shirts. Wren leaves a bottle of sea salt in the kitchen because you once complained inland salt lacked ambition. Callan and Myra arrive every spring on the way north and stay longer each year. People come and go. Some lovers, some friends, some both. Nobody requires every affection to become the same shape. You learn that permanence does not always mean never leaving. Sometimes it means knowing where to return. One summer morning, you wake before everyone else. The house is quiet. You walk downstairs barefoot. Coffee, window open. The river beyond the garden is silver with early light. Someone left a coat over a chair. 2 glasses remain beside the fireplace from the previous night. A book lies open on the table. Outside, rosemary grows beneath the kitchen wall. You pour coffee and sit on the front steps. No contract waits. No horse is saddled. No one is chasing you. You can hear someone sleeping upstairs. A cart crosses the bridge into town. The baker's chimney begins smoking. Birds move through the orchard. Years ago, you might have called this nothing happening. Now you know better. Everything is happening. Just quietly. A little later, the front door opens. Dorian appears wearing yesterday's shirt. He looks at the sky. Rain later. You hand him coffee. He takes it. You're becoming predictable. Careful. Alara's voice drifts from inside. Has anyone seen my other shoe? You call back to find seen. I hate this house. You've been here 6 weeks. That is unrelated. Dorian sits beside you. You smile into your cup. The world remains enormous. There are mountains you have not crossed. Cities whose rooftops you have never seen. Locks somewhere still believing themselves impossible. Perhaps you will visit them. Perhaps not. You still carry a blade. Still notice every exit. Still occasionally steal pastries from cooling racks and leave money afterward, while insisting this qualifies as shopping. You still flirt irresponsibly. You still invent identities when bored. You still own more expensive coats than retirement requires. Respectability never quite manages to catch you. Good, that was never the goal. Peace is different. You understand that now. Peace is not the absence of adventure. It is having nothing to prove to it. Once Joy asked you to move, so you moved. Across roofs, through windows, along rivers, into danger, toward strangers who became lovers, rivals who became friends, and impossible situations that became stories told badly in taverns. You followed without hesitation. Then Joy changed direction. For a while, you mistook that for losing something. You thought perhaps the world had become less exciting. Perhaps you had become less alive. But Joy had not abandoned you. It had simply learned new words. Morning coffee, a familiar road, herbs growing successfully, because you finally stopped improvising their watering schedule. Someone laughing from another room. A coat hanging beside yours. Children knocking on the door because they need help retrieving a ball from a roof and know exactly whom to ask. Friends arriving without warning. Friends leaving without goodbye because everyone already knows they will return. A bed you have slept in long enough that your body recognizes it in darkness. Tomorrow requiring nothing extraordinary from you. You sit on the steps and watch sunlight spread across the river. For most of your life, people tried to catch you. Guards, bounty hunters, enemies, occasionally lovers. You became very good at escaping. Perhaps too good. In the end, nobody catches you. Not really. You simply find a place worth stopping for and choose with the same confidence that once carried you across impossible rooftops to stay.